A very, very good morning to all our guests, and let me extend a warm welcome to each of you. I'm your host, Isha Bhalla, and it gives me immense pleasure to see all of you join us first thing in the morning with those brilliant smiles on your faces. But before we begin, I would love to hear a round of applause for ourselves and our teams who really our team members don't get enough credit in organizations, but it's these applauses that actually get us going. So thank you so very much for being here. Thank you so very much for joining us right here. It gives us immense pleasure to see all of you join us right here at Quest Integrated Facility Management Services presents this absolutely spectacular show, Strategic Facilities Management Summit, co-powered by Compass Group India, 10 on FM. And as we see all of you join us here, there is one request, which is to make this day very, very interactive. And all this can only happen if you participate, not just after our panel discussions, through the open forums that we'd like to curate for you, but also after our standalone sessions, our fireside chats. It's your thoughts that actually take the conversations to new places. I'd also like to encourage all of you to please head to your social media platforms, all those of you who happen to be active on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram. Please do join in the conversation and do remember to tag us using our hashtag ETSFM. As we look forward to an era of rapid technology advancement, which is truly conscious of the way the environment works, facility management today has evolved like no one else in the industry has. We are talking about smart building technologies, data analytics, sustainable initiatives, and all of that driving greater efficiency, sustainability, and user satisfaction within the built environment. The role of facility management today extends beyond the physical aspect of just a facility. It is talking about creating a positive workplace culture, promoting wellness and safety, and making sure that people's right is in mind. And that is exactly what we're going to discuss today. The latest trends, our expert speakers from the industry sharing experiences, and a lot more. As we look forward to presenting to you one excellent session after the other, let me take a moment and thank our partners for their support and for trusting us. I'd like to thank our presenting partner, Quest Integrated Facility Management Services, co-powered by Compass Group India, 10 on FM, our strategic partner, PVG. I'd also like to thank our industry partner, Le Cafe, our media partners, ABCR News, CEO Insights, News Patrolling, Silicon India, Startup News. May I also take a moment and thank our education partner, Bennett University, our insightful partner, ET Edge Insights. Of course, the summit has been conceptualized and put together by ET Edge. As we look forward to starting this day, what better than with our keynote address, the opening keynote where we talk about thinking outside the box, embracing the power of circular workplaces for a sustainable future. It is such a privilege to have amongst us Mr. Ashish Pradar, Executive Director, Global Workplace Solutions, CBRE India. A round of applause as he joins us.
Good morning, everyone. Oops, let me just get set up. Okay, fantastic. Okay, just got to manage this one. This can be taken out. Sorry, you can do this. Yeah, I don't need that height. That is meant for short people. I can do a little bit of without that. Fantastic. Good to see a full room, and really welcome to this premier conference on facilities management. We really look forward to all of these conferences, but especially the one with ET. This is the premier industry conference. So it's fantastic to see in August a delegate all of here, and there are competing events today. So it's good to see a full room. There are some few chairs in the front. Guys, come in front, you've paid for this, so it's good to occupy some of them. Only Munish is kind of making use of it. Joel, you need to come in front. You've paid for these seats. Anyway, so fantastic event. And did some of you catch up on the Apple event last night? How many Apple fanboys in the room? Show of hands. Not enough. Apple's not doing a good job selling this in India, looks like. But I mean, if you caught the Apple event, I'm sure maybe there are some people who caught the Apple event but not kind of raising their hands, or maybe they're following it silently on Twitter, now X. Uh, they launched a new iPhone, and actually something which is Apple Series 9 watch. Fantastic, double tap gestures. I'm actually thinking, and I'm on the way back, I do not know when it's launching, maybe I missed the date. You might just find me standing outside in the queue, outside the Geo World Drive, queuing up to buy the latest iPhone. I've got I left my phone there. Rudimentary 3-year-old phone goes out, right? And while I'm there, I might actually buy a Apple Watch. This one's not in fashion anymore. People actually comment when they see this watch on my hand saying, why are you not wearing the latest Apple Watch? And I'm actually now tempted saying, okay, peer pressure, everyone's kind of talking about it, so I need to now, when it launches, be outside the Geo Drive and kind of try and buy some of those watches. Anyone else planning to do that? I mean, I'll need some company. Any show of hands once again? I'm trying to get some people to participate. Isha just mentioned that, need to participate. Just a small group of guys. But anyway, Apple's not doing such a great job selling, I guess. But what's happening? I mean, what just happened here, at least with me, and maybe silently and secretly with some of you there in the audience, is the fact that I'm going to probably discard my phone. It's going to pile up with 10 other phones which are lying in the drawer, and probably find its way into the landfill. That's what's going to happen. So is something that's going to happen with this watch the moment I switch over to an Apple Watch. What's happening is ultimately everyone's looking to upgrade. And when you upgrade, what are you doing with some of your old assets? Most of the times, what you're trying to do is either hand it down, and if I try and hand on my phone, my kids are not going to take it because they've got their own brand to protect. They're not going to probably want to be seen with a second-hand phone. So I've got a problem there. So at the end of the day, it's going to just either lie there, and when I get rid of it from my perspective, I give it to somebody, and I think my job is done. And it's very likely that if I have not put it into an e-waste bin, very unlikely that somebody else that I've handed over the phone to, who would probably be not as aware, is definitely not going to use any e-waste bin. It's going to find its way into the landfill. It's going to be trashed. This is a 2-year, 3-year-old phone. It's got a few years of life there. What just happened here is that I've become a slave of the linear economy. What does linear economy mean? Linear economy, as humans, all of us have now adopted this linear economy. And what that means, it means I take resources from Mother Earth, I make products out of it, and then I'm disposing it off into the landfill, which is creating toxic waste. And we've got a finite supply of minerals. We are reaching a stage in our lifespan of Mother Earth where we are running out of some resources. And now we are trying to find new resources, we are finding it more difficult. So look at this scenario at our homes, at our offices. There is so much of abundance. We don't think twice about consumption, be it plastics, be it packaging material, you name it. We're not thinking twice because it's very easy for us to replace. As an economy, India is doing fantastic. So great economy, all of us are doing well in our lives. There is progress. So what do we end up doing? I can afford it, let me go and buy it. And I'm not even talking about expensive good, it could be just small things that we do. So we've actually, all of us have become slaves of the linear economy. Let me also narrate one incident. A couple of years back, as it happens, electronics tend to break down. So my LED television at home broke down. Now, obviously, when it breaks down, you call the technician, so you call the OEM, I'm refraining from naming the brand. The technician comes in, you got to chase him down sometimes, he doesn't come on time, and he makes his way, finds his way home, opens the television, trying to repair it, makes a couple of calls, makes some notes, scribbles down, and then he tells me, okay, this is the cost of repairing the television. And I was shocked. I thought he needs maths lessons because he's done some calculation errors while he was making some scribbling. But actually, the joke was on me. I actually needed maths lesson myself because his totaling was right. And more importantly, I think I needed a reality check. The code that he gave me was high in my view, and I thought, okay, do I really now need to, all the questions popping up, my television lacks certain features, the new televisions have some OLED, QLED, I don't even know what those terminologies mean, but everyone's pushing those jargons, just like Apple did yesterday, pushing jargons in front of you. So what happens? Now I'm saying, just not economically viable. Let me not repair this television. Let me go and buy a new one. Okay, so I'm telling him I'm paying him his visiting charges, he's gone, he's packed up. And I told him, listen, why don't you take this television? He said, not my job. Okay. Bombay homes, very, very small, Mumbai homes, limited space, go buy a new television, and the old one just cannot, all the emotional bond with the old television is gone. Now, I got to get rid of it quickly. The next guy who turns up, obviously, is the guy who picks up my newspapers. And I tell him, listen, why don't you take this away? He says, no, I can't. I mean, I have nothing to do with this. What do I do with this? I said, I don't care. You do what you want to do, but get rid of it. So he said, okay, I'll trash it. I said, yeah, do what you want to do. I don't care. I will get rid of it because I need my 3 feet of space. That's more precious than me, and I have no value for the television. What he does is, I can actually see him, goes down into the compound, actually throws the television down, smashes it, gets some useful metals out of it, but does a very, very crude job of it, puts it, half of it, I'm sure, has now found its way into some landfill. And I'm sure this happens with most of us. And I'm giving you one real-life example, but it could be this scenario repeating itself in various different goods that we use. And I'm purposely giving you examples which are closer to life. As humans, we connect. I'm not necessarily taking you to the big, bad world of our offices or what's happening around in terms of what we do and materials in large scale in our offices. Each time that this happens, think about what the consequences are. Most of these equipment have a few years of life. If I would have taken up the technician on his repair quote, it probably would have lasted me a few years. I don't know. But it had some useful years of life left. We do this with our phones. We do this with electronic items. We do this with our laptops. Just think about it. The number of wires that we have, the number of chargers and adapters we've got tucked away somewhere at our homes. And when we don't need them, what we are trying to do is kind of really dispose them off. It's often easier to dispose of than recycle. So those are practical difficulties. I couldn't think about recycling. In fact, in my car, I've got a couple of electronic items, some wires. I was actually wanting to find an e-waste bin, but it's difficult to find. So there are practical challenges of finding recyclers or finding recycling bins. That's the linear economy for you. Now, the contrary, the living world, there are no landfills. When you look at it, the materials flow. One species' waste is another one's food. When you look at it, energy is provided by the sun, things will grow, things will die, then return back into the soil. All of it works. That's how the world has been designed. This is the circular economy. As kids, each one of us is familiar with the water cycle. Correct? I mean, you've got rain, it goes around, it continues to recycle infinite number of times. In fact, all of the resources, metals, can be recycled infinite number of times. But what do? metals find the way into landfills. When they find their way into landfills, you cannot mine them. I'm actually thinking, the more you think about it, once you run out of all of the ore, when the mines actually run out of all useful, economically viable ores, the next mining will actually happen in landfills. Because go back into the landfills, they're going to dig because you're going to find metals there. You're going to find precious metals in all of our landfills outside cities. That's how it's going to probably end up turning. The circular economy is all about making, using, and returning it back to Mother Nature. It's all around reducing the usage, reusing it, and obviously recycling all of the materials that we use. We generally equate prosperity with spending. That's typically our answer. If I can afford it, so be it. So I'm going to spend. Being frugal is not a sign of being prosperous. Wrong notion. We've not survived, and this is a learning of a few hundred years, not generations old. What we are trying to now look at from a circular economy is how do we rethink the way that we live our lives? How do we ensure that we are able to get the valuable metals, polymers, alloys, all of those useful minerals from what we've discarded or when materials reach their end of useful life? How can these become the resources for tomorrow? How can we return and get into the renew culture? How can products be regenerated? The circular economy is all about these. These are not new. You all know about this. So I'm not really teaching you anything that you've not necessarily heard before. But what's critical is how do we deliver this in our lives? How do we actually execute some of these decisions when we are in those important chairs? How do we actually enable this behavior to change? So it's all about behavior. When you look at the ownership, circular economy, as we look at it, depends in terms of changing the way you own equipment, changing the way you derive and use services. Can you, for example, not own the television set that I mentioned about? If my requirement is to watch shows, why can't I lease it? Why can't I get a television provided to me where I don't own it? It's the job of that company who gives me the television to give me what my output is. So why am I not, for example, getting it into a service? Think about it. These are the ideas that are currently floating around in the circular economy. What this will do is the technician who refused to take the television back will be forced to take it back because he owns the asset. It's not my asset. The television is not my asset. The company that has supplied me the television will be responsible for taking it back and recycling it. Maybe it will take the cost of my ownership higher, but that's a price we pay. When we look at the total cost of ownership, it probably is not very, very different. Think about that. If you think that this is very, very impractical, I'll give you a case study which came out of Europe. There's a company which wanted to open a new office. And when they said, we want to kind of go and light up my office, they said, why do I need to buy lamps? Why can't I go to a company and they sell me lights? And they sell me lighting as a service. And in fact, they went to Philips, and Philips has actually signed this contract with this company. The contract is to supply lighting as a service. So the client does not buy the lamps. He is not invested in buying the lamps at all. What has he done? He said, I need 300 lux at these areas, I need 150 lux. Somewhere I need 50 lux here. So he's decided, here is what I need. I am not going to pay for electricity also, which means Philips puts the lamps, they are required to replace the lamps when they fail, and they pay for whatever energy bills are for the lighting. It's worked beautifully. It's one of the key case studies around circular economy, which is kind of the bellwether now of people kind of quoting all of this. And why is this happening is, over a period of time, the energy usage has actually gone down. Why has that happened? Philips is the experts. They're saying, I'm going to make X dollars from this service contract. How do I maximize my return? They invested in replacing the lamps with more energy efficient lamps. They were incentivized to do it. The clients were contractually also getting some benefit out of this. So when the clients, for example, over a period of years have a glide path savings, their cost of getting light is also reducing because Philips is sharing some of the benefits that they're able to get. More importantly, nobody's worried about lamps finding their way back into the landfill. The lamps are recycled by Philips because they own it and they're responsible then to kind of ensure that they find the right recycling partners if they don't do it themselves. It's worked well. The question to each one of us in the room is, can such a creative approach be taken in other aspects of facilities management? Can we trust the experts? There are a few clients here, there are a few service providers here, and the ownership lies on both sides for the service providers to kind of come up with better ideas, for the clients to be able to trust the experts, not be prescriptive about it. Another key example, Airbnb. Airbnb today, and I'm standing rather in a hotel, Airbnb today rents more room nights than any other hotel in the world. They did not exist a few years back. What have they done? All they're doing is they're connecting people using technology. The benefit of this is they've actually unlocked resources which were otherwise lying vacant or were not fully utilized. So they've actually unlocked potential which already existed. It's a fantastic reflection in terms of what potentials could exist in some of our other aspects and can be easily unlocked just by being creative about some of these solutions. When you look at the circular economy, again, it's not very widespread. There are challenges. First, obviously, it's not cool enough. Like I gave you the example, nobody wants to use second-hand phones. So how do we make it, for example, fashionable to maybe use second-hand phones? I don't know. Maybe that's a right thing or wrong thing, but a thought for all of us to take back. Secondly, today, as we stand, the ecosystem does not exist. So we've got to create momentum around this movement. And one of the challenges has been the cynicism that exists around this subject. And it comes down to marketeers like us. It comes down to industry experts, businesses, how we talk about sustainability, how we talk about regeneration. That may not be how the consumers or the clients identify or think about it. And that's probably the big problem. I was looking at a couple of reports. There is one, Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Look at some of the videos as well. Very, very interesting. One of the things that I picked up from them is that 63% of people are actually cynical about the motivation of the brands when they're putting up actions around sustainability. I'll repeat. As consumers, 63% of the people don't believe the brands when they put some message out around sustainability. They're thinking, oh, this is probably somebody who's trying to make some more money out of me. They don't necessarily believe around the facts which companies put up. So there's something wrong with our messaging. We question the facts. We question why a company is doing this, and they may be very, very honest about it, but maybe the messaging needs to change. Cost is just one thing, but it's actually changing people's mindset, which is really the bigger challenge. The IPCC actually estimates that by 2050, between 40% to 70% of the emission reduction will happen because of behavior change, not anything else. Very, very simple statistics to kind of understand. Again, 40 to 70% reduction in emission just by changing the behavior of consumers, of clients, of each one of us. So we don't have to do really anything different. We don't have to really invent anything else. Just how we use products, services, etc., can really make a big, big difference. One more interesting factor, the value action gap in sustainability is huge. 90% of the clients that are spoken to want to do something in sustainability. 90% saying, yes, we want to do something around sustainability, but only 16% of those 90% are actually changing their behavior. So again, it all comes down to behavior of each one of us as humans, as individuals, as consumers, as decision makers, as clients. Each one of us has a role to play. That's the big challenge. But what this means is there is an unmet demand because clients are underserviced. There is this gap where clients want to do it, but they've not been able to change the behavior for various reasons. There is a Kalari Capital report which talks about the circular economy having a potential of $4.5 trillion. $4.5 trillion. If India is just 1% of that, that's $45 billion. And the investment that has actually gone into the circular economy is about 1.8 billion only, which means, again, huge potential. Huge potential for us because the first movers in this space are always corporates. If you see now today, everyone's talking about sustainability, and all of this noise is coming from corporates, multinationals, because they probably got deeper pockets, and it flows down later into consumers, for example, which follow the trend. So we're in that fulcrum, we're in that spot where as facility managers, we can really, really influence the buying behaviors of our clients. That's a huge opportunity for us to realize around circular economy, around sustainability, around solutions of sustainability, services that kind of lead into it. There will be challenges in circular economy. There will be reluctance due to the initial cost. This is capital intensive. Each one of us will have to look at investments. Sometimes the results are suboptimal. You don't get the right outcomes. Again, lack of incentives. You don't necessarily see that clear vision or an incentive for you to kind of go there because maybe not being green is not financially impacting each one of us. But having said that, you today have opportunities in the circular economy, in facilities management, of our workspaces, in areas such as food waste. And food waste typically is 40% of the wastage that kind of finds its way into the landfill. Easily can be turned into compost. You would reduce the amount of methane, which is a greenhouse gas release into the air. Once it's locked into landfill, the amount of methane is 4 times than what it would be if you were to convert it to compost. Clothing, because it's run out of trend, hand me down, we forget about it, we think problem is gone away, but they find their way into the landfill. Eventually, again, waste of resources. They can be upcycled very, very easily. In our offices, look at electronic waste, look at paper, look at how we, for example, run our cafeterias, looking at packaging of the various supplies and material that we are buying. Again, huge opportunity for each one of us. Just kind of final thought, which I'm going to leave each one of you today, and we've got some sessions during the day. Hopefully, a couple of them will pick up on this point. But we've got to ask how are clients buying FM services today? I was mentioning that clients today are being very prescriptive about buying the facilities management services, and this is relevant to each one of us. They are telling you exactly what they need. Is that the best approach? And obviously, clients need to change their behavior, and we've got to influence the change of their behavior. How do we do that? It's again a partnership. We are the experts as service providers. Shouldn't we be telling the client, leave it to us? Let us decide how we are going to run your facility. I'm going to ensure that you're going to be able to come in and occupy the facility and co-working space doing that to an extent. But again, they're changing the model and becoming traditional landlords. So again, market forces will continue to pull each one of us in different directions. But that's the way that we'll have to go and move to circular economy. Circular economy will not work if you're in the consumption mindset or if you are in the ownership of asset mindset. If you think this is my asset, I'm going to own it, look at the cost of owning the asset, look at the whole life cycle cost. Don't only look at what you're paying upfront to buy it, or some clients look at what the daily consumption cost of this is. So at the end of the day, are we challenging ourselves and the stakeholders enough to influence and change the behavior of the clients? Because ultimately, we will only get to where we want to around circular economy, on sustainability, is by change of behavior. And like I told you, the value gap is huge there. Everyone wants to do it, but few are able to do it due to various challenges. Thank you so much. I really look forward to some of the sessions during the day. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Padar. And like you and I, we've been trying that our audience sort of does open up. I'm sure you would love a few questions. And I'm really hopeful that our audience here would like to ask him something, share a comment or two. Please do feel free to raise your hands. We'll pass on a microphone. And let's get some interactive segments on, please. Shall I say I'll have an interesting gift for the first question? Gentleman in the white shirt. May I please request for a microphone to reach him? I'd also like to request you to please introduce yourself and where you're from. Let's listen in.
Hi, my name's Arun Namani. I'm with Rakana Energy. We're in energy management for real estate. So I just want to recap, take 2 seconds, some things I heard from you. So you talked about, when you were talking about Airbnb and Uber, about social asset sweating, basically using assets over and over again. Things like, when people want to do sustainability, but only 16% actually do it. What we have found in our small business, working across retail networks like in food business, in hospitality, in real estate, what we are hearing from customers is that there's a lot of service providers that come and give them GAN, give them all the analytics, all the insights, but the customer is saying, do it for me, solve my problem, do the intervention, do the implementation, don't sell me technology, don't sell me a contract, put some skin in the game, do some OpEx, do some KPI-based, performance-based payment systems, et cetera. So my question is that being leaders like CBRE, JLL, CW, the big players in the industry, you are the change makers, I think. You're the ones who are going to go tell the Prestige and Embassy, et cetera, how the business can be changed. And working with partners like us, we can help you provide those things. So if you can talk a little bit about the leadership role of companies like yours, how would you change the landscape?
Can we please switch on the podium microphone?
Hello? Yep, okay. Interesting question, and this is a perennial debate in our business. Who puts the money? Service providers like yourselves are in the same boat as service providers like us. We are not a bank. The money is ultimately with the client. So somebody has to fund it. There is a limit to what each of the segments can actually fund when it comes to any such innovation, for example. So what are successful is obviously it has to be win-win situation. Most of the times we find, and there are success stories around what you said. We've signed SLAs, KPIs, we've gone into service agreements, and they've worked in some clients. But it has to be win-win, which means a service provider should be incentivized. It cannot happen that you're putting in all the money, but you're capping your upside. You can't make more money, all the benefit is going to the client. That's where I think most of our discussions have kind of hit a roadblock, where if it means signed on a dotted line, you stick with it. And that's been really one of the challenges. It's changing gradually. Clients have matured. Clients are looking and saying, I'm happy with the service. The example that I gave you of Europe of lighting, the benefit of energy reduction is not going to the client. It's actually coming to the lighting company. So they've put in the investment, they've innovated, they're getting the benefit out of it. Unfortunately, that's a question of maturity. It takes time to reach to that stage. In India, that's the one challenge that we continue to face, where not enough clients want to leave money on the table for the service partner. Please.
OpEx-based contracts.
And that's what is working. So where it's purely OpEx, but there the money is put in, for example, by you. You're putting in the assets.
Right, but that's okay. There's money available
to
fund that.
There is, but you've got to at least get your return on your cost of capital.
Yeah, point I'm making is that there's a value chain with partners, customers, service providers, where everyone can get a piece of the action.
Exactly, and that's the point, that when everybody wins, Mother Nature wins.
Thank you so very much, sir. I believe that will be it, but I did promise you a little something, so may I please request for a green gift for sir, and let's hear it up for him. Thank you so very much, Mr. Podar. I'm afraid that's all the time that we have for. It's been a pleasure having you here. For those of our friends who'd like to ask more questions, I promise you a little bit of time when we meet outside for networking a little later. For now, thank you so very much for joining us. Promise to make it quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Good morning to all. Captain Naveen this side from Crompton Greaves. See, my submission is norm, it helps the change of behavior. Just to give a perspective, prior to 2013, when there was no Companies Act for the CSR, and now where we are there, I think it is more a norm which helps a corporate to change its behavior, look into the other aspects other than money. So I feel norms will be the one which will help the
They have. So
company.
last year, obviously the government had, the Battery Management Act. So the government has done a couple of acts last year. So the regulations have changed, but it's forcing our hand again. The real change will happen when the behavior changes, and it's buying behavior, it's selling behavior, it's all of us. To his point, to what Arun mentioned, it's how we sell our services as well. Are we making, the right playbook for our clients where they see the true value? So again, like I said, it's got to be all of us working together to move the needle. No one person can benefit. It's got to be win all. Right? Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Like he mentioned, he is tall. Well, as we look forward to our next session, I promise you that today we are getting together to hear out the best of experiences from the best experts from the industry. And I'm now about to present to you somebody who really does take business ideas from concept to market. He has a global experience. He's worked for many, many years in the US, Asia Pacific, Middle East, and right here in India, taking this organization to places. May I request all of you to please extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Munish Kumar, Chief Executive Officer, Quest Integrated Facility Management Services. What a pleasure to have him amongst us, and we're looking forward to hearing him out. And like we said, after his session, I would request you to open up and maybe ask a couple of questions. Welcome, sir.
So how do I use this? Okay. Hi, good morning, everybody. I hope I am audible to everybody. All right? Okay. It's after Ashish and the kind of talk he had about sustainability and net zero, I walk here with a plastic bottle of water and bunch of papers with my notes on it. So I thought of letting it go, but then I decided better safe than sorry. But we, I think, definitely can make a lot of conscious efforts towards going towards that vision. I wanted to present to you today, last year or so, I have been listening quite a lot in most of my meetings with my customers, with my colleagues, whenever I am traveling. And I thought whatever I was listening, whatever we were talking, I'll put it all as what I saw as the future trends in what I call as the smart facilities management. And probably this will not give answers, it will evoke a lot of questions. And that is what the intent is in terms of presenting this to you. First of all, I would like to thank ET Edge and Times Group for hosting this event, planning it properly, and also Compass and Tenant for being the co-sponsors. Thank you very much. And everybody else who has come together to be a part of this event. I was tempted to actually attend a lot of events, but Major Jasdeep Singh, our Chief Operating Officer, kept on telling me, Munish, we will go to this event because this is the event to go to. And when I come over here, right from the start, all the preparations, the full house over here and the energy tells me probably we did the right thing in waiting for this event. And I think we should not have any breaks now in this event, and we should have it year on year. So I'll just move on to some things. I like to present data which is referenceable. So some of this data could be a little old, but it will be accurate. Most of the slides that I'm presenting, if you want any references to that or you want the research notes associated with it, you can write to me and I will pass it on to you. It has got larger details associated. This is a global market. Of course, you look at the total market space data, it's a little old, but I think it should be at about 1.4, 1.5 trillion currently. We are looking at a global growth rate of 7.4%. Total workforce of the world is 1.7% in IFM. And of course, in the world, the outsourced FM is 50%. And I'll come to India. And public versus private is a 65-35 kind of a split. When we come to India, we are at a 4.2 to 4.4% of our GDP. That is the contribution we have. We are growing at a CAGR of about 8%, currently at $127 billion here and there. But this is where the difference is. Our outsourced facility management is only 20%, in-source is 80%, and ultimately all of this is divided between integrated, in-house of 60 and 20%. Private versus public, there is a huge gap between what the world does and what we do. 80% private, 20% public, though it is very aggressively changing as the government is focusing on infrastructure. And if you look at the way our airports are changing, our highways are changing, our ports are changing, I think the split is going to change with more and more PPP and the government participation that is coming our way. And this is the industry outlook. This is how commercial, industrial, institutional, public, and other infrastructure is there. Obviously, one theme that I see is that 7.3% of public is going to grow quite a lot as we'll move forward. And this is what I was mentioning, the major trends that I am seeing in smart facilities management in India and across the world. And that's what I will try to, position over here. Of course, this is what we all understand. This is the core of what we do, the facilities management, right from the landscaping to the utilities to the MEP works and the various other aspects of integrated facility management that we are involved in. I've chosen 4 themes from my discussions. Automation, which is robotics and IoT, which helps drive decisions for us on the ground today. Remote monitoring and maintenance, a theme which has picked up quite a lot, especially after COVID. Employee well-being and experience, I think, has always been at the forefront across the world, but I think we are seeing a lot of that trend now in India. And sustainability and net zero. Of course, I am very confident we are going to have a mention of this in every talk today. And in terms of automation, robotics, sometime back, 3-4 years back, just before COVID, one of the investors in an organization I was working for called me and said, Munish, what do you think of these robots coming into the industry, especially into logistics or the manufacturing? How does it impact the staffing industry? Is it going to be a problem for us? So I called out, I said, hey, listen, I don't think it's a problem for India because, the wages here are very low. If you want to actually look at the cost of implementation of those robots in this country, vis-a-vis that the wages that they pay in the West, I think it is probably more applicable to West than to us. That was 4 years back. I spoke too soon. I think robotics has found such a prompt place in our workplace today. A lot of manufacturing facilities, a lot of logistics companies are actually, utilizing a lot of robotics, a lot of automation. And I think the world is changing drastically and dramatically around us. So currently, our production, delivery, logistics, packaging, all of them are heavy users of this. But I believe every 3 months, the use case is changing, getting more robust. We are getting deeper into it. Typically, 2 usages for us today. One is the repetitive task, and another one is the hazardous task. Of course, we have done a lot of work in sorting, delivery, assistance, equipment maintenance, especially towards the hazardous parts. And I think there is a lot more to come as we are going. I went to a ceramics company in Gujarat a few years back, and the guy told me, Munish, I'm not getting people to work in my factory, so I have put in a robot. 3-4 years back, quite frankly, to me, it was almost like a deja vu moment. I said, what is he talking about? But today it seems so normal, and I think it is going to become more and more normal as we will move forward. Of course, this is the landscape, this is the overall scape that we all operate in. Most of us are familiar with that design part, which is the building automation systems and the BIM systems. But the world is now slowly for us, getting more sorted with the hardware. So today you are seeing all of those repetitive tasks, linear spaces where you've got the robots which go and clean and come back. That is, we hear about them a lot, but wherever there is a very clean, straightforward workspace where an automation can be achieved through hardware, it is being done. Content source, which was mostly manuals, is becoming more interactive right now, which is what is there. It is mostly visual, videos. And then it will go into every level. It will go into voice. It will go into every aspect of sensors that we can think about as we'll move forward. Mapping has been limited to geospatial mapping, but I think we will be actually utilizing it more for crowd control, people recognition, people management, command and control. All of those aspects are going to come into what we do, not somebody else does. SDKs, it has been mostly used in gaming, but I think more and more of our learning would be gaming-led, experience-led, experiential learning. All that is coming our way, and design, I think, is quite robust for us. And of course, it is going to see amalgamation of all of these things, and this will become more and more interactive, intelligent, and robust. This is what a smart building looks like. It has gone from evolution of 1.0 to 4.0, where we started with structured cabling long time back. And then, of course, the Ethernet, and then the digital ceilings came, which was quite a thing. And today, all of these assets and technologies have merged into the Internet of Things, which is the big talk today, right? Big data, analytics, data-driven decision making. So all of those aspects are coming together, and that is how our buildings are evolving, right? So today, right from the HVAC at the top to the energy information management and the water management and mechanical system and everything else around the lighting, environment, fire systems, energy management systems is a very important component. So each of the buildings that we are working in becoming more and more smart, green. We are talking about multiple certifications. And why is it important? I'll go to this slide first. Sorry. Yeah, because 28% of global emissions actually come from smart buildings or buildings. And smart buildings can help it reduce. These are the benefits. So if I'm saying 28% of global emissions and 22% of Indian emissions are coming from buildings, it is a demonstrated fact that 20 to 25% reduction in energy consumption, 4 to 5% in water consumption, 19 to 28% reduction in carbon emission. And these are two very interesting statistics. So every dollar you are putting in or every 100 rupees you are putting into a smart building, you are creating $190 of additional to the GDP. So that means it is creating employment or business or revenue for the associated supply ecosystem. Same thing is for the employment multiplier. Every 100 people you are employing in this smart building, 190 employment are getting generated, outside of that. So that's a great multiplier, isn't it? So a smart building is going to help us reduce all of these parameters. At the same time, it is going to help us increase the economic and employment parameters. This is a huge force multiplier, quite frankly, right in front of us. A couple of case studies, we've got Mercedes and Flipkart, who have actually used it for their HVAC by efficient energy management, by using efficient compressor systems. And they've been able to demonstrate some really crazy numbers like 25, 30% kind of, energy savings. This is a theme, of course, we are getting into smart facilities, smart lighting, indoor air quality improvement. So this whole thing of digital facilities management, this gamut of this is moving. Earlier, we had a visitor entry. There was a register got replaced by a visitor management system. And today it is all automated, and it has got various facets of identity and bioidentity and touch and feel and look that can be managed from anywhere. And then, of course, every aspect of what we are talking about over here, whether it is the VC solution, audio video control, temperature control, lighting control, software updates, all of this, in large part, digitally can be handled on-site, off-site, and that's where the world is going. And of course, some of the benefits that we are getting into, which are the predictive maintenance services, nobody can, dispute this particular fact. What kind of money we can save by predictive maintenance, reducing energy, increasing efficiency, creating employee productivity. There are a lot of aspects which are associated with all of this. Of course, that data is specific to US, but I'm sure the trend is not going to be far behind. What I'm noticing is that most of the trends in India are actually, they were earlier lagging, but now they're leading quite a lot. from the Western world, especially around technology. We all know what has happened to UPI in India. Everybody is very happy buying, spices or vegetables outside with the vendors. 4 years back, 5 years back, people thought it was impossible. Now the Western guys are coming over here and getting amazed at what we are able to do, buying from the vegetable vendors. So some of these studies, McKinsey has done a study that it can generate substantial savings of 5 to 15%. It can reduce maintenance costs by 18 to 20%. Asset monitoring, the problem is that unplanned downtime is the biggest worry for everybody. A planned downtime is fine, but unplanned downtimes can actually cost you more than 10 times of what a normal cost to your business continuity or productivity would be. Example is global wind capacity has increased by 53% between these years, but unscheduled downtime has accounted for over 60% of maintenance and operation. I think all of these are great statistics for us because these are our opportunities as we are moving forward. Of course, the third theme that I had in my conversations was about employee well-being and experience. I'm running through because my time's up, but I'll expect another 5, 6 minutes. This has actually become the crux of everything that we are doing today. And a lot of us, whether we are the clients, users, service providers, actually focus a lot around this, empathy, manage their workloads, the kind of workspaces they have, the environment and engagement in which they are working and operating in. Of course, there is a study which actually says that the workplace stress, it is costing the US corporates about $200 billion annually. And today the workspace strategies are going from fixed to flexible. Earlier you would go, everything was very well defined. And quite frankly, everything was very predictable. Today you go to the workspaces, every workspace is different and unique. And each one of them has become more and more flexible. And also, your well-being was not really explicitly considered. But today it is being planned. It is being addressed. In fact, people are creating real estate financial models around this planning on well-being for their employees. A couple of studies which says that, you're looking at the corporate well-being as a market growing from $20 billion to 80 odd billion dollars. Definitely the same trend is going to come in India because I am seeing that in my conversations. The number of customers, partners inquiring for this aspect as part of the services that we do is tremendously growing. Of course, most of the CHRO are putting employee mental health and well-being is at the top, almost 68% of them. That is the trend that we are talking about. Of course, in terms of the employee productivity, biophilic design, which you are finding more and more across India. It is a study that has come up that in a biophilic workplace, employees are 15% higher level of well-being and 15% higher level of creativity. That's the kind of comfort we are giving. Of course, happy employees are considered 12% more productive than unhappy ones. Yeah, one study puts it at 20%. Now, all those who have salespeople in their company or all those who are salespeople, happy salespeople, their productivity rises by 37%. So, and of course, the corporate well-being market, like I had said, it is exponentially growing in the next 2 years. And of course, across the decade, it will have a very, very big impact. What is the net zero? Of course, you have your carbon emissions, from the material and systems. You have your operational energy consumption and carbon footprint. So you minimize both of them. You maximize your use of renewable energy, and then you balance it out. That is what takes us to net zero, right? That is what all of us are planning. This is what I was mentioning earlier. What does a smart building do? So the building operations are today contributing 28% globally, 22% in India. India has a unique problem. We also have a shortage of water. So, in terms of the kind of population that we have. I will pass it on. It's a very busy slide, but I wanted to just project it over here. IFMA has created a great framework for ESG, which is very applicable for integrated facility management. Covers all aspects of employee well-being, energy, wastage, technology, and whatnot. And it actually gives a 7-point glide path to achieving net zero sustainability for every industry. So very important framework. And if you see this in the context of India, the beauty of India is we are very different from the world. This is a dashboard presented by Niti Aayog, where you will see that most of our carbon footprint is getting created through fuel and related industries. A small section is the cement and mineral, is the IPPC part, IPPU part, and only few from the agriculture and the other areas that we have been engaged and involved in. I just wanted to highlight some of the companies which have pledged to be carbon net zero, by 2050. So some of the marquee names, this is what makes them what they are, right? They always think ahead. That is why you will see they have seen decades of changes and still they are at the top. I'm happy to announce that Quest has also taken the SBTi pledge, which is around the 1 degrees centigrade path. And I'm very sure that, we'll make it sooner than what we have committed for. By the way, most of them are our customers, and I'm sure same is true for all of you. But for all of this, I just have last couple of slides to actually, mull upon and talk about. For us to actually go through all of those conversations, future trends, are we ready as a country, as an industry, And 52 crores of workforce, 10.2% is in facility management sector, debatable because a lot of it is unorganized, and because today 80% is in-house, 20% is outsourced, and today facility management is quite unorganized, which is where it is not seeing that formal employment coming in. But that is a very interesting comparison. If you look at the world growth rate in integrated facility management, world is talking 8%, we are talking 13%. If you look at the total facility management, world is talking 7, we are talking 21.2%. If you look at the total facility management workforce as a percentage of total workforce, I showed in my first slide the global one. They're at 1.7%, we are at 10.2%. And total facility as a percentage of GDP, the world is at 1.6, we are at 4.4. It's a humongous opportunity. And as the infrastructure gets built up, as we get more and more serious about, employee well-being, adopting technology, becoming smart, adopting net zero, I think this opportunity is going to grow. This opportunity is also our challenge, by the way, because when I go to the customers, everybody is asking me, what more, what new, what difference, what technology, what automation, and a lot of them are actually connected to this. Do we have the skill set in our country? I took this slide from the UK L2 to L7 framework. They're very well-defined framework. So if you want a L2 level certified or apprentice or a MSc or MBA or a bachelor's or a diploma, they've got a very well-defined framework. Of course, we attempted this in India by National Skill Development Corporation about a decade back, 15 years back, when we set up the occupational standards, national occupational standards. Of course, we drew heavily on UK and Australia and various other markets, and we created sector skill councils. Our sector skill councils have made an attempt, but I believe we have been able to only go to a particular level in terms of the level of certification. I think at a supervisor level, we have reached those 3-month courses, 6-month courses, integrated courses, but I think there is a huge ground for us to be covered. Of course, IFMA is doing pretty good work. There are 3 certifications that I found are very relevant, but I think there is a lot more that needs to be done to bridge that gap of L2 to L7 that I mentioned in my previous slide. And I think this is where a little bit of advocacy from all of us, a little bit of coming together from all of us is really needed. Because it is no longer just the availability of the last mile that we are talking about. As we will have smarter buildings, as we will have adoption of all of those trends that I spoke about, and a lot of the trends that you guys will speak this morning, we will feel this gap coming and crushing all of us. And hence, we have to be prepared. This professional certificate, which is limited to 2 or 3 courses, skill training, which is limited to a sector skill council, which works in the industry, which is again limited to, let's say, a L3 level, which is a supervisory level. And beyond that, we're all looking at the hotel management or various other service industries, and we are bringing people in. But are we able to adapt them? And of course, our ITIs, our engineering colleges, are they well-versed and set up to support us? So I think there's a lot that needs to be done by us as an industry, as the ecosystem to build this gap. Because unless this gap is filled, I think all of those things that we are looking at will be a lost opportunity, and the lead that we have in terms of the projection will become a lag. So thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it. Once again, looking forward to spend the rest of the day over here. And thank you for such a great participation. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Kumar. It's been a pleasure having you here. Once again, let's hear a round of applause for him, please. And as I thank him for being here for this very special segment, like he mentioned, the team is all around. They'll be more than happy to meet you during the networking breaks and see how you can partner together. Here, before I introduce to you my next panel, the topic, and tell you more about everything that our next set of panelists will be discussing, I'd like to know from all of you, how many of you here happen to be active on social media platforms? I'm sure all of us, right? 100% of us. Okay, so may I request you to please take out your smartphones, and what is it that you think about our segment, our industry? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? Please put it in with a caption. We are going to have a very interesting gift given to any interactive post. If your post has a lot of interaction going on, and if you join the conversation on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, we have a goodie bag coming your way right through. I'd like to request you to please remember to tag us using our hashtag ETSF. And as we look forward to seeing you, let me remind you, the only way we'll get to know that you've posted something is if you tag us, and obviously if you use the hashtag. So let me remind you to please use the hashtag ETSFM. You also have it on the 10 cards on your tables for the ease. And as we look forward to bringing to you our very interesting panel discussion on the C-suite view, becoming leadership's powerful ally, FM's importance in achieving organizations' strategic goals and more. It is such a pleasure to have amongst us our expert speakers and the panelists. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as we extend a very warm welcome to them right here on stage, and we can also flash their names on the screen up, please. May I request you to please extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Vikas Chawla, Managing Director, Compass Group India. Thank you so very much for being here. May I present to you Mr. Rakesh Tripathi, Chief Executive Officer, 10 on FM. Let's hear a round of applause. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Colonel Subodhay Mukherjee, Chief Executive Officer, Mumbai Metro 1. Thank you, sir, for being here. Let me also present to you Mr. Hemant Sethi, Managing Director, British Safety Council India. A round of applause as he steps forward. May I extend a warm welcome to Mr. Makaran Kulkarni, Country Head, IFMS Reliance Retail. And moderating this very interesting session is going to be Mr. Jasdeep Singh, Chief Operating Officer, Quest Integrated Facility Management Services. Thank you so very much, sir, for your presence. You're welcome to take the center of the panel right here or either of the sides for the ease of the segment. All right, a round of applause right here. The final 10 minutes are dedicated to you, our audience. So please make sure you have some interesting questions lined up for our panel right here. And let's hear it up for them once again, please. Thank you. All yours.
Thank you so much. Thanks to ET Edge and Economic Times, basically the Times Group, and a very warm welcome to you once again on behalf of, ET, on behalf of Times Group, and all the panelists who are there. They are all industry leaders, and I'm sure that there is enough and more sitting out there as spectators. So what do you think, the topic, I'll come to the topic very soon. What is the purpose? What is the primary role of facility management? I think whether it is public or private, whether it is in-house or whether it is outsourced, I think the primary role of a facility manager or facility management company or facility services company is to support the business activities, core business activities, and to help provide an environment which is very conducive and enabling for the customer business to achieve the strategic goals. I think that is what our purpose is. Now, today's panel discussion is very apt, if I look at it, and I would say that in my experience of working on both client side and then navigating through the facility management industry on the service side, supplier side, in a model which is a managed model, working with JLL, and then on the other side, which is a self-delivery side, working with companies like ISS, now Quest, leading G4S facility services. I think that taking the view, both sides of the tables, and navigating through both the managed as well as self-delivery models, I think I have realized one thing, that where we lack as a country, and I've seen other countries when you would compare with Europe or how facility managers are positioned globally. One big difference is that we are, and I think there are a lot of customers who are sitting here, and a lot of, from the supplier side, a lot of us sitting here, would agree that the kind of approach in our country is that the seriousness towards the SME is not there. We are not getting our due of being the SMEs. And somewhere the responsibility is also it lies with us. Because when we are taken as subject matter, so my request is that when we are in any meetings, the engagement levels we have with the CXOs, we should try and get time with the CXOs on the customer side to make them understand that, what as a subject matter I need to say, where we are, few things which are not there up in the RFP or a tender where it should be. I think the behavioral change, another thing which we spoke about, and Ashish was there, and somebody asked a question. Yes, the behaviors will change, but we are the custodians, we are the torch bearers, so when we engage, we should talk like a subject matter, and we should also make the customer conscious of what is not there, which should be. So today's panel discussion topic, the C-suite view, becoming leadership powerful ally to the customer, and FM's importance in achieving organizations' strategic goals. I'm repeating it again, strategic goals. The panel here, I think I was just going through the profiles. We have about more than 175 years of work experience sitting here on the stage, which is a big thing, between 6 people, 175 years of experience. Great. So I would move on with my first question, and we will keep it very interactive, and we will try and find some time towards the end of the panel discussion if there is any question or there are questions from the audience, and I would, or the panelists would choose one question, and we will try and answer that, depending on what is the luxury of time with us when we end. So my first question is to Makarand. How can FM function demonstrate its business values across the customer enterprise? If you can just elaborate that.
See, thank you for putting me on the line. I'll take it from where Manish Monish Kumar has left. If you know, he's covered the whole aspect of our industry. Thanks, Monish, for setting the tone for us. One of the important aspects of the FM, as the head, you are in charge of that. There are 3-4 important aspects. One was probably you are a cost-driven department, so you becomes a more focus on the cost side of it. So you become a cost, as your cost driven, you are not profit making, or you are not adding what you call top line. uh, you become a cost department. It's become very important to you become focused on the cost side of it. Then it becomes the second aspect of it is the after the cost, it becomes the safety, sustainability, one of the important aspect of as an individual was driving that. Third becomes the how you becomes the effective effective implementation. Employee well-being is also one of the important aspect in that. And the fourth is that how you make it major and more measurable and more what you call effective to measure and become more decision-making capabilities with measuring and monitoring. Measuring and monitoring becomes more important aspect into that. So when, which is one of the important wherein we, now to get there, we are using a lot of IoTical decisions and analysis. We do go ahead and use that to make it more effective decision-making kind of scenario. That's more, I think, nutshell, I feel this is the important aspect into the overall lifestyle of this.
Thanks, Makrand. Just a curious ask, since you are on the other side of the table, how many, what is your setup? How many stores you have across the country from
We
Reliance
have
Retail
around,
side?
published is around 18,500 stores
Wow.
with that number of supplying sites. So as an individual, I take care of all the business stores, especially from 100 square feet, 200 square feet to large as a mall sites. We have around 35 malls properties. We have supplying sites of nearly each site, they're ranging from 5,000 to 5 lakh square feet. So there are a few fully automated, there are semi-automated, there are more reverse. So all this, with that, I have various businesses. One is each like your grocery business, which is every store's nook and corner. We have apparel business. Then we have one of the brands, top brands which are there, which are operating out of it. And then we have e-com business also. So we as an individual, I take care of all these aspects of the businesses. Not me as per se, but my team. And one of the important in this field is my service partners, which is more important for me because ultimately I may be the a strategizer, but my service partners give me the output. That's
Yeah,
the more
thanks,
important.
Makran. The point is that, what I wanted to come on is that you play a large role as a customer. That we were talking about putting money on the table, whether it should come from the supplier side or customer should also come ahead and put it. I think that it will make a lot of difference. The person who invests will always carry something in his heart that, I have put in money. For example, what Ashish was saying, if he buys a phone, okay, and somebody else picks it up for usage, Ashish will be worried. He said, my phone, man, how will he use it? So I think if money is put on table by customers also, it will make a lot of a difference. They will worry about the outcomes. They will actually come forward and they will, they will be, that will create an environment which is conducive. And then, that is where the behavioral change and a lot of other things will come. So thanks, Makrand. I think you were spot on when you answered it. My next question is to a gentleman, who I think busy life in Mumbai and what role metro plays in our life. So I go to Colonel Shubhodaya Mukherjee. Colonel Mukherjee, is managing facility compliance strategic in nature? If it is, then what do you say, how?
Hello. Thank you, Jasdeep. The question is strategic by nature, that I can assure you. So, if you are running a system which is supposedly a lifeline of Mumbai carrying 4.5 lakh passengers every day from one end to another, and you have to keep the system running for 19.5 hours every day, you have to be spot on. When you design the system, you have to integrate the entire concept of facility management absolutely in the core. Let me give an example. We have our fire control systems. fire monitoring and fire control system prevention systems. Now, if the fire prevention or control system gives a false alarm, the entire station, any of a station, would go into a fire mode. So all the gates will open up and it will create a commotion in the 9 years running. We never had this. We never had such a scare. This is because while designing, while even planning for it, we had integrated the best management solution for the same. And this is not lip service, but actually your facility management partners who are doing your, from housekeeping to the most serious ones like, or the more severe ones like the maintenance of the lifts and the escalators, you have to treat them as partners. The moment you treat them as partners, the work per se or that entire, concept becomes strategic because you will have to involve them in every decision that you make. What's strategy about? That you run them as joint on the hips in your operations, integrate them in the operations. So, if I were to say that it is strategic, but the problem comes up when we do not, think of it as how integral it remains in our day-to-day operations. For instance, there was an aspect of building design which we did not, think of, and we created a, massive structure in our control center. It's about 28 feet high. We wanted it to look very nice and all that. And all the wires for the control center run, on the floor. And we have a false flooring on it. Now, the cleaning of that thing became such a big problem. We hadn't thought about it. So when we went around for the other metro networks, we said that look is good, but we need to be practical. Because you can't mount a scaffolding on that false roof. Every time we have to clean up, imagine we have to remove the false roof, remove those wires, and then erect a scaffolding. And the downtime is huge, and you cannot afford downtime. The point about the whole operations running smoothly is that you cannot afford any forced downtime. And for that, your facility management, right from every aspect of it, needs to be completely integrated in your operations. You might outsource it to your, to your partners, your delivery partners, but you need to keep them with you constantly for everyday planning. And that's how I look at it. A point about one of the most, things that's said, which is cleanliness. Believe you me, 2014, we were starting the metro. And one of the USP, or the business virtue, I would say, we thought and was that we will keep the premises clean. We will give our commuters an experience which is different from what they've been used to in the railways or in the buses. So the first time, we had hired the cleaning the services partner even before we had started operations, and they were integrated at the time when we were, going through the motions of trial runs, etc. As a result of which, today, I was telling one of my colleagues here that one of the commuters caught hold of another commuter and brought him to the security saying that this man was spitting. This is a behavioral change. People themselves understand that this is my property. It's clean. I need to keep it clean. If anybody soils it, I'm going to be affected. Now, that's a very major change. I was so happy to learn that. So, yes, it is strategic because it prompts behavioral changes in people. It is strategic because it's integrated in your operations.
Thanks, Colonel Mukherjee. I think being compliant is a good thing, and being compliant to the KPIs, being compliant to the regulatory and legal, norms is another thing, right? So which is why where we lead great teams, right? And you spoke about treating the supplier side as partners, which is very good, right? And it is like when you do that, you are empowering them more, and then these are the guys who are going ahead and then delivering the excellent services. Talking on excellence, I think FM leaders and their teams role in attaining, and maintaining excellence under the support of a corporate and business unit continuous improvement approach. It's a continuous improvement approach. So my ask to Rakesh that, what are his feelings on this part?
Thank you, Jess. Uh, I'll keep a perspective which is meant for all of us. In fact, it's mentioned FM leaders and team. So when I say FM leaders and team, it's the fraternity which is here and it's spread all over. And the most important thing is, if you see since morning when Ashish came, and then Munish came, and just now Jasdeep also mentioned, few words are very common. They started with behavioral. One very important element for all of us as a fraternity, as FM leaders, is think of a behavioral change. Then it came, Jasdeep just mentioned strategic goal. Look at that, which is very important. So all of us should start thinking on the strategic goals. What exactly is it? So behavioral strategic goal, and interesting word being used is spot on. So what is a spot on? Again, it's actually is the output. So what exactly is required as a perspective for the corporates, for all of us as a FM leaders and the team, is the output. That's the most important thing. Let's move out from the word of a housekeeping and all those things. Everybody talks about that. Let's talk about another word which is just like a jargon today, and it's mentioned all over if you see, is integrated. So it's like an integrated approach of all the parameters, all the aspects. So the FM leaders and their team members should start imbibing this thing and talking collectively on all the aspects, all the integration, and that's what a service provider like us, whether it's Tenon, whether it's Compass, whether it's Quest, all of they start talking in these terms to the customer. And when we start talking to these terms to the customer, I believe the type of money they are talking about from the customers to put on the table, they'll also start thinking on those lines. So that's it's required rather than talking into bits and pieces. So this is a very, very important job of a service provider. I'll just give you very small examples. One or two examples, recent ones. We have a customer. It's a pan-India big movie theaters. They own a movie theaters, big brand. And recently a movie came in Tamil Nadu, Chennai, was Rajnikant's movie Jailer. So you can imagine, Jailer has 24 hours shows. There cannot be break in Jailer. Everybody is running, and 6 o'clock, people are in the queue, and people rush inside there. So we are serving them. When we have to serve them, you can imagine you have a time limit of not even 5 minutes, because these people rush inside. It's a Rajnikant movie. You can't help it. They're rushing. In that 5 minutes, you have to create that efficiency to clean everything, ensure that the director cut or the gold section of whatever section the customer has to be absolutely. That's what the efficiency. That efficiency is not termed as housekeeping. That efficiency is termed as integrated approach. There's so many things goes into that particular thing. Another small example, automobile giant, we do a paint shop. Paint shop, very simple. Again, it's cleaning, but it's not housekeeping. It's the integrated scope of a cleaning of a paint shop, which requires a minute and a uptime. Every shift when it moves, even a small delay amounts to a huge loss to the customer. And that's what we have to look at. So just look at that output, output, output.
Thanks, Rakesh. I think very good perspectives which you have shared, right? And I'm sure that there would be many views on this in the audience as well. So quickly, in the benefit of time, I am moving to my friend sitting on my left, Hemant, part of British Safety Council. He leads them. how can we strategically make a difference when it comes to demonstrating safety at the customer premise is what I'm going to ask you, Hemant.
Thanks, Jaldeep. So I think I'll just go back to the grassroots of safety. It's actually quite familiar for all of you. At the fundamental sort of core of it, it's conditions and behaviors. Now, conditions are sort of, your expertise, and that's what you excel in providing. And what's the customer proposition that you're delivering? I think we touched upon it, customer experience. Comes with hygiene factors, where there's an expectation around safety and what I think Manish was speaking about in the previous session, well-being. So the world of safety has evolved today to a world of well-being, where you can't have well-being without safety being catered to as a prerequisite. Now, anything around sort of building a strategy around safety or well-being has to be looked at from 3 different dimensions. So it's got to be first from a compliance or ethics standpoint. The second is from a business standpoint. And probably the most important from a people, humanitarian, sort of a people-centric perspective, a moral responsibility. So once we look at it from each of these and build within these, you're going to be adding value to your customer. And finally, any strategy is incomplete unless you can measure it. And you can create that clear visibility about how are you performing, how are you continually improving, and demonstrate that to your stakeholders. So I think all of this is how you can actually look at building a strategy.
Yeah, thanks, thanks, Hemant. I think it was good. Colonel Mukherjee, your take on safety, because you manage Metro, how important it is, and I mean, just want to know your opinion quickly. Maybe 30 seconds, 1 minute.
Well, it's everything. A mother sends a child to school, he comes on a metro, and the mother expects in her heart that the child will travel and come back safe. The 4.5 lakh passengers that we carry, it's our moral responsibility. It's absolutely on us to keep them safe. And safety, like he brought out, has a vast connotation in a metro system. Right from the time we ensure, that the escalators are all marked, because some old people, they try and take the escalators, they misjudge. So we have people who guide these, if they understand that there's an old person and he might have a problem on an escalator, he will guide him to a lift. So it's built into our system to the extent that our safety induction training of every person has to go through an induction training of safety. So if you ask me, our life depends on it.
Yeah,
Every business depends on it.
I think you're right. And when we talk about safety, safety compromised, then the cost of it is a life which is compromised. Okay, so that is the importance what safety has. And when we keep that in mind, I think we need to, wherever we are today, whether we are sitting here in a hotel doing this great event, or we are in our own offices or customer sites, or we are in public space, I think this is something which is very important, and we all play a very important role in this. So thanks, Colonel Mukherjee. With this, I finally move to my friend Vikas. Vikas, you manage a large business. My question to you is, how effective FM strategy, creates, or how an effective FM strategy creates best outcomes for a customer. And if you have to call it out, what is it?
Thanks, Jasdeep. In a world which is increasingly more uncertain, more and more volatile, I think the best bastion that any business has is its people. So great people make businesses tick, make businesses grow, and sometimes can actually create magic happen as well. I think a good FM player and a good partner can make that difference in terms of being able to attract great people. I'll give you an example from my life recently. Most of us here work in corporates. I was an entrepreneur for a bit. And, we were going out and trying to hire people when we were barely off the ground or not even off the ground. So I didn't have a good workplace. And I can tell you it was so incredibly difficult to be able to go out and hire people, let alone good people. So the first 5 people in the company were hired that way. And then, very early on, we chose to invest in a great workplace. We were barely in the market. COVID was on the door. And we did that. Transformational experience. So in some senses, it's mission critical for a business to be able to have a great workplace. So for us, it's made a huge difference. We hired in great people in quick succession, which really helped our business. So I think that's one of the more critical things from a business outcome perspective that a facility manager delivers. I actually think that we should not look at FM just in terms of managing the facilities per se. I think if you have a great food program, that helps employees as well. Day in and day out, when I visit client sites, I see happy smiles on the faces of people who are, who are basically consuming our food. And that makes a huge difference as well. A lot of times, and it happened yesterday, we were at a client site and I said, I would come into office just for this. So it also helps to be able to attract people in to offices. Yeah, so, a strategic FM player can help in multiple ways to be able to impact the business. Some of it is about attracting good people. They can also be partners in the sustainability agenda. Anything that's important to a business, an FN can help in.
Thanks, Vikas. It was a good perspective and view which you shared. Sometime back we spoke on facility operational compliances where Colonel Mukherjee was telling us few things. I would like to switch over to the other side of the compliance, which is legal and regulatory, basically. And I think that when we are talking about achieving the customer's strategic goals as facility partners, I think legal and stat compliance plays a very, very vital role. So I think, Makarand, I would ask you, what do you think that, how strategic it is and what is the risk associated and your tips?
See, if you look at as these services, FM services, most of the things are people driven. We still maneuvering to a combination of automations, IoT and all that thing to make it more robust or more effective. But when it's people's comes in as there is a lot of legal optionality as regulatories are comes into the pictures, especially around that. Ultimately, one of the important aspect as a person, it's not that whatever the regulatory side, which is as an organization as there for your people, which is also there for your outside outsourced partners, also the same, the regulatory compliances which are there. If we align that such a way that we make all the efforts to make sure that we don't cut the corners, we don't ask them to do anything which is not allowing as per the regulatory side of it, and we don't make it more compliant towards as an individual or as an individual as well as company representative. You make that, you need to make them compliant to all the regulatory requirements and make sure that embedded. It gives the immense, what do you call, output kind of scenario. I'll give a small example, which when I've joined this company, we had certain, I got baggages with me. With that, we interacted with people and we said it, what are the failure part of it? One of the failure part was my service partners, due to various reasons, bills were not getting on time, payments, which is there comes into, and that leads to my last mile payments doing it. We took a challenge and we said we'll make sure that in every person on the ground will get in the first week salary. That was the strategic decision we took. It took us 1.5 years to reach there. So we have to close every bit of it. we process everything digitalized. The bill processing we digitalize, approval process digitalize. Everything is digitalized so that now my service partner knows that when it reaches to the X station, he knows next 48 to 70 hours he's going to get payment. So that kind of a workaround we had to do. Then we had compliances also. Now today, there are so much, thanks to the IT boom and all that, we have so much things around that happening. We have some lot of automation develop around, or the softwares we develop around into GST compliances, or their EIC, PFF compliances, which are done online. And there are a lot of service partners, and thanks to this, there are people are working in a niche markets. So especially compliance market, there are people who are working out. Hemant is one of the persons that safety has become the more focus area. Now he is one of the partners to get us there. So these niche market partners, you choose it with your service partner, it works more effective as an organizational, compliant to the law, but at individual levels, as a countryman, you need to make sure that these are been abided and make sure that they have been implemented, because it brings the last ultimate goal. A happy housekeeper will give a good housekeeping output. That's what something.
Thanks, Makarand. I think I would say that regulatory legal compliance, being compliant is the best thing, and you can focus more on other primary outcomes, towards achieving the organization goals where you are. So I think that it is very important to be compliant from that perspective, legal and regulatory. Now, with this, Rakesh, I would like to, we have been speaking about it. I would like to talk about ESG, and quite strategic. When you go to the customers these days, or you are in your own organization, how important ESG initiatives are, to the customers, and what impact they can have, on the customer, if you are actually going out and putting a strategy around it to achieve and help them out in this.
Right. I have a small different perspective. Everybody talks about ESG today. There's a separate session also in the second half. We saw a huge slide also on ESG. I was just thinking, if we go back to school days, and everybody must have gone to the management school, and there was a Maslow need, which was a triangle. It was a complete triangle, and you start from this and you reach to that level. So let's put ESG on a triangle. You have an environment, you have a social, and you have a governance. Governance goes at the top, environment becomes the broader activity, and then comes the social. If you see the environment, it's again one of the words is being used by Ashish, it's behavioral change. 40 to 60% change to get environment is a behavioral change rather than forcefully changed by everybody, whether it's the service provider perspective or the customer perspective. This environment, you talk about any aspect, whether it's a carbon reduction, whether it's fuel, whatsoever, it's the behavioral change. I still remember when automatic cars came into India, people in India were scared that why should we buy an automatic car, because my fuel consumption will be more. So that was a myth or whatever. Now we are talking about the electric. Okay, there's no fuel, nothing. So it's a complete. So that's why the larger perspective at the bottom spectrum is the environment, which is the change in the behavior. Then comes the social in between. Social is the clients, as well as organizational perspective, to put that particular into action, whether it's diversification, whether it's any other aspect related to social, that's an organizational goal and dynamics to implement that. And the most important on the top goes is the governance. If you have a governance, then actually it gets implemented, and the returns are huge. You have seen a slide, and it shows with that governance, there's an investor has gone to a level of that percentage hike in their mindset in terms of returns. So returns to the corporate, returns to the investment is with the help of only governance. So this is these three things which is actually today most important thing in our life of FM leaders.
Yeah, thanks, Rakesh, and you spoke about governance. So governance, I think, is something which plays a vital role whenever you are going ahead and implementing processes or anything, a strategy, if governance is not there around, then it'll be very difficult to implement and of course difficult to measure. Okay, with this, you see, I am coming to a topic where we were talking about putting money on table, and we were talking about engaging with the CXO level people at the customers end. Most of the times, the challenge our industry faces that we are put through to, with all due respect, I want to mention this, we are put through to admin and facility heads, and we are put through to. So I'm sure that they are aware of the strategy, what the customer has, right? But it'll be good, if we also try and engage with the CXOs and get one-on-one audience with them. So my question is to Vikas. Vikas, what do you think can make a difference to a CFO or a CEO at the customer end when we talk about, creating a fit for purpose value proposition for a customer when we talk about achieving their strategic goals?
I'd go back, Jasdeep, to what I was saying earlier as well. I think the strategic FM player can actually be mission critical to business and can help it significantly in its journey overall. One piece is obviously around attracting and then retaining talent, which they can be a very significant part of. The other piece is actually building brand equity as well. In some senses, you build a level of magnetism with the kind of workplaces that you have. We are right now transitioning into a new office with one purpose being that we want to attract the very best set of people. But I think what you also see is more and more good facility management players, they are turning towards innovation and technology to be able to take costs down as well. So it can actually have a direct impact on the bottom line as well, which I think can be a draw for CXOs overall. And in some senses, if you play the role of partnership, for us, definitely, the way we think about things, sustainability is very big. We first try to understand what the client or the customer is looking at, and we try to harmonize with them our sustainability goals as well. We can also be, or an FM player can also be part of the EI agenda, which is becoming bigger and bigger every day right now. So in multiple ways, an FM player can be very helpful in the journey of growth for a company. And I think it can be a force multiplier if you latch on to the right player.
One of the important sustainability, which one of the important aspect, which is you're talking about. There are two aspects into that. One, I think Monish has shared, was the energy cost, which is one of the important aspect. As the such strategic partners, which is one of the important role, is that reducing the carbon footprint and the consumption of the energy, which becomes more important. Second, one of the important aspect, service partner-wise, that as you are into the food supplying, which is one of the important aspect, the wastages around that, how we reduce it. That becomes the more important as a service point of it.
You're talking about the food wastage and all.
Yeah. That's something which is there, which need to be tracked. And that's something goes to the behavioral changes and all that. So I think these are the two important aspects as a service partner. I look for you guys that how you give back to my cost going down, which is actually, it hits to the bottom line of the company. Because this is what has been every penny saved, it goes add to the bottom line of this. And that's where the four pillars of yours becomes more important, like energy, which is another biggest cost in anything. Second becomes the consumables, like food or air, all these things, because these are the employee-driven things, which is more important as an individual for me as things. And that's add value to as my service partner sustainability, major part of it.
Thanks.
Sorry, thanks.
Thanks, Makrand. Yeah, you wanna share something else, Vikas?
I think what crosses my mind as Makran brought up food wastage also. It's one thing which has become a personal passion of a lot of us in the company, by the way. And we are beginning to more and more measure it digitally, and eventually are aiming to be able to progressively reduce food waste. I think it's a wonderful area that you pointed out too. So I mean, especially in a country where we have hungry millions,
Yeah.
I think there's a lot that can be done in this area.
Yeah, I
So
quite
just wanted
agree.
to
I quite agree. Because, but I think how many of you, and I want you to vote here and raise your hands when I say that, everything, when you are getting into these conversations, customers want everything, but it all boils down to the cost. How many of you agree that finally it is the cost and the money on table from the customer side which makes all the difference? Can you raise your hands? Yeah? Okay, I think that many people are holding back their emotions and not raising the hands, or maybe more customers here. Sorry for that, okay. But you see, what the spinner is that everything boils down to the cost. So how do I convince the customer in partnering, with the supplier side to create a value proposition which is more meaningful? And even if there is there is money on table, my job is to ensure that I give better returns and I return back more than what customer is investing. So that is what my take on this one is. And thanks for sharing your perspective. Of course, we are aligned, right? Uh, the last one, in benefit of time, I see that the time's already up. So my last question to my friend Hemant, that, Hemant, HSEQ, very important. And one of the elements in HSEQ is LTIF. I don't know how many of you have heard about it, lost time injury frequency. How is it important to have a good LTIF ratio, one? And what contribution does it have, especially in an environment like production and manufacturing, when you talk about LTIF?
I think it makes a massive contribution. So earlier we spoke about the human aspect and the moral aspect, but from a business aspect, from a brand aspect, I think it doesn't need to be sort of emphasized that the value of human life and the reflection it has on any organization, the morale, the motivation. So how does any organization sort of plan to improve and to deliver that commitment that LTIF would be low industry, better than industry average and sort of world class? We look at it through three lenses, right? So one is from a systemic perspective, what is being done, with an industry sector focus, proportionate health and safety management in terms of systems and processes. And for example, for high-rise, buildings, emphasis on working at height, facade cleaning, all of those kind of aspects. And that's just an example. Manufacturing, of course, has so many more. The second lens is through mindset. And I think eventually what we want is people to own their own safety, and then the world is sort of, it simply gets taken care of. So how can we drive that mindset shift and having actually an approach for it? And third, finally, is sort of from a competency perspective, identifying what are the relevant competencies that are required, and then upskilling people and making sure that all three of these come together to be able to deliver HSEQ and LTIF sort of objectives for any
Yeah,
organization.
I think well-being is very important, and healthy LTIF. I think it's a good measure of your HSEQ, that you keep the lost time injury frequency as low as possible. I think in India, by large, we are at about 0.2%. Many cases are not reported also. So one of the endeavors is to ensure that there are the reporting is correct and near misses are also reported, and we talk more often about all these things in an organization, right? With this, I think I have come to the conclusion. I think we are running out of time. I'll not ask questions from the audience. I'm very sorry for that, but during the breaks, you can, when we catch up, you can ask, and we'll definitely, the panel would be happy to answer. When I conclude, I think a few key takeaways, which I would say from this, that, how we enable a business to achieve its goals, and, the organization's strategic goals. at the customer end. So I would say that cost optimization, I was noting it down, cost optimization through innovation, right strategies including the CSR strategies, by the way. We have not spoken about it. That's what I feel. And optimal use of technology, optimal use of technology, something which is user-friendly, easy to do, and just not talking about it, but something which is really meaningful and can be implemented easily. Then maintaining business continuity at all times, in the customer premise, which is very important. That is what we are expected. Ensuring legal and regulatory compliance, 100% at the customer end. Then, as I said that, one important facet which we have not touched upon is what our supply chain strategy is. How can I contribute when by using smart supply chain strategies, better rate cards, better products, green products, so that is one area. Then making the workplace a very safe and secure place, well-being of my internal customers, my own employees, and the visitors who are visiting the customer premises. So these are my takes on this. With this, I think I conclude the panel discussion. Thanks to all the panelists and to the august gathering we have here. Thank you very much. Pleasure. We'll catch up during the breaks.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Singh, for really weaving together this whole panel discussion. And a big thank you to all our panelists. May I please request you all to join us for a group picture? We would love to capture this moment with all of you all. And a big round of applause for all of them. Like Mr. Singh mentioned, that a little later when we do break for networking, you're all more than welcome to join us. Take these conversations forward, and of course, make sure that you take out a moment and connect with our expert speakers right here. Thank you so very much to each of you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Vikas. Thanks, Colonel Mukherjee. Okay, I take this liberty, and sorry for
Sure.
this. How many veterans here from the armed forces, or how many army brats? Okay. Okay. So can we all please get up for a second? My request, can we all please get up for a second? It is not to the veterans for sure, if we can just get up for a second. And I think our industry, it's not an easy work which we put in, If we can give a round of applause to what we do here. We are making a lot of difference. We are every single day pressurizing our people to go and spend more time at customer sites, on ground, painfully enough, right? So I want to, that's where I want to take a moment away from. I'm so sorry.
Absolutely
but I
not.
think it's not an easy thing to do. And my heart goes out to all who operate on ground till the lowest level. And veterans I asked because I'm a veteran and I wear that skin. So Colonel Narang, I recognize you, right? So thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. In fact, that's how we started the day with, by really putting our hands together for ourselves. And I really do appreciate you reiterating that fact, because a lot of times facilities, admin, these are segments that sort of, miss out just because they happen to be in the background. But actually, we're no less than being the front runners out there, always there with a smile, making sure the workforce has everything we need. Here, let me also introduce to you the team at ETH. The show, of course, has been put together. We also did invite our own team facilities desk right here. And for a change, they're here at a show. And the first thing he said was, nobody's ever invited me to any event. And we were like, well, this is the place for you to be. And that is exactly a way. We need to change mindsets. We need to make sure that we encourage our own people to achieve a lot more and also make life easier for them, because we are creating better workplaces, not just for our own employees, but also for our customers. And like you said, key points there: optimal use of technology, making sure we have a supply chain strategy in mind, making sure we have an element, an initiative, small or big ways, we are thinking green, and of course, making sure that we present our business partners with the best business opportunities without breaking any continuity in their premises. Taking a lot of these keywords forward and more, I would now like to hand over the stage to our next speaker. Please do put your hands together for Mr. Joel Anthony, Chief Executive Officer, Compass Group India. What a pleasure to have you amongst us, sir, and we're all looking forward to your segment.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts on strategic initiatives in facilities management with this august audience. I think we had the day begin with Akash and Munish, and subsequently the panelists who have kind of thrown very pertinent points and insights into what facility management should look like and what we as practitioners in the corporate real estate and workplace services arena should do to remain relevant. So with that, I will jump into my presentation. Now, what we see is from volatile to brittle, from being uncertain to being anxious, from complexity to being nonlinear, and from ambiguity to incomprehensible. That is VUCA to Bani, the world and the business environment has evolved in such a fast manner, in an unprecedented fast manner, and it continues to do so today. Recently, I came across this cartoon, and somehow it reminded me of what Darwin said many, many years ago. And I quote, "It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is the one most adaptable to change," unquote. And the fact that we are here today is testimony to humankind's adaptive quotient or adaptability quotient, right, which made us survive and emerge resilient from the pandemic. And for this, we are eternally grateful. It was only about three and a half years ago when millions of office goers were sent home en masse. And still, companies and governments are struggling to survive or adapt to this stark reality of life. This is an interesting statistic. McKinsey Global Institute says that the return to office is a major problem, and it could erode up to 1.3 trillion US dollars from commercial real estate value by 2030. Now, this is something we seldom talk about. In the emerging post-pandemic era, see, most aspects of life have come back to normal. Moviegoers throng cinemas, vacationers jam airports, and students have gone back to the classrooms. But what is stubbornly fraught is the world of work. And how do we, as corporate real estate and workplace services professionals, impact the world of work is the question. COVID is a portal we walk through, and we are not going back. If you look around, working 2 days a week, 3 days a week, 4 days a week, or work from anywhere, all this will remain. So again, the important question is, what can we do? Companies need to reinvent spaces and make them more flexible. Employees necessarily don't need to leave their hearts behind when they come to work. And towards this end, workspaces need to be designed that enable employees to leverage technology and collaboration tools. We at Compass firmly believe that behavior, which many of us has talked about, and experiences of people will ultimately shift if the infrastructure, the process, and the systems connect to give them a phenomenal workplace environment and user experience. Towards this end, while there could be many initiatives, the following four come to my mind as being foremost. The first is technology integration. We all know that technology streamlines operations, reduces costs, and enhances efficiency. However, keeping pace with technology is very, very challenging. You have Internet of Things, you have artificial intelligence, you have building information modeling, you have data analytics, smart building systems, and it is never easy. And to top it all, you need to invest in infrastructure and staff training to really leverage the benefits of technology. The second point is on sustainability and ESG compliance. Meeting sustainability goals and ESG criteria involves, among other things, tracking energy and water consumption, reducing carbon footprints, giving back to the community, and adopting eco-friendly practices. Now, while we have the science-based target initiatives which define and provide guidelines on scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, what we see is that on the left-hand side, there are companies who increase the emissions and then go ahead and offset it by buying carbon credits. There are other companies out there who really take the more arduous path where you are reducing the emissions in a very sustained manner, and it is only the extra credits which they buy out so that they are carbon neutral. But the interesting thing is that both these companies, or both these kinds of companies, call themselves carbon neutral, whether it is 2030 or 2050. The approach differs. The third point is around cybersecurity and risks. See, as the world gets, our facilities get more interconnected, there is a pressing need to future-proof facilities when it comes to data. Till date, our focus mainly was on European GDPR, but now we have the India Data Protection Act 2023 also to contend with. The last point is around health and safety. Many of us also heard this in the panel discussion just before this. Post the pandemic, health and safety protocol, together with wellness and well-being, have become a top priority. Monitoring indoor air quality, healthy food choices, well certifications, all have a major role to play when it comes to attracting and retaining employees as well as tenants. As CRE and workplace services professionals, these could be some of the strategic initiatives to showcase our continuing value to sit at the high table. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, sir. What a pleasure having you join us here. And that is what takes us to our very interesting conversation, taking the steps forward in decoding the role of facility manager and eliminating workplace productivity blockers, something that every one of us is really thinking about and really thinking, what is it that we can do better? What is it that we can add? Discussing all this and more will be our next set of speakers. So may I request all of you to please get set and welcome them here. And let me remind all of you all that the last 5-7 minutes, we would love for our audience members to ask questions, share their thoughts, experiences, if any, comments. And please do join in the conversation on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram. And please do tag us also do remember to use our hashtag. We look forward to seeing what you all think about the various sessions that we've lined up for you. For now, taking conversations and decoding the role of FM in eliminating workplace productivity blockers forward is Mr. Arvind Babu Ramaraju, Head Global Admin, Center of Excellence in Workplace Transformation, LTI Mindtree. A round of applause as I extend a warm welcome to Mr. Sudeep Koshal, Senior Vice President, Administration and Infrastructure, Reliance Capital, and a round of applause for our session chair, Mr. Shailendra Nath, Independent Consultant, Real Estate Services. What a pleasure to have all three of you join us, and we look forward to this very interesting conversation. All yours.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Thanks to ET for having this panel. I think we're running quite a bit late on time, but that's how our lives are, right, on a day-to-day basis. We have our discussion of this discussion point of this panel is how to manage productivity blockers in our day-to-day office lives. And I think most of us as FMs understand that there are blockers all through, not just in the workplace, but even as people thinking of coming to the workplace, we are already there trying to manage stuff. So that's the interesting side of it. Coming back to our discussion point, I think the first aspect that starts where the productivity starts or the efficiency thought process starts is the selection of the location where we are going to work, right? So I would like Arvind to maybe start on that as to what considerations do you keep in mind, and because your industry is very skill specific. So how do you
Thank you,
get there?
Shailendra. Good afternoon, everybody. So the question comes to mind, wherein does the productivity start once you reach the office, or is it something that is ubiquitous and is available everywhere? So thanks to COVID, we are all discovered that offices need not necessarily be the place where we work, right? We all work from home, and we have enabled work from home as facility managers. We ensured that all of our resources were appropriately resourced and equipped to be able to be productive from home as well. So coming to that point, and if we are looking at how productivity can be beyond a workplace, and what is it that we do to make sure that we unblock those productivity blockers, I think where do we look at setting up a workplace comes and lands as a very important question. We were having a chat a little while ago, and Captain Sudeep was mentioning that a big part of his thinking in setting up a new place, earlier he was with Accenture, currently he's with a financial institute. So a big part of it, what goes in setting up an office place is to make sure that when my employee arrives at office, is he or she already drained, already tired, and already looking forward to wind up the day? Or is he coming in, or is she coming in with a mindset that, okay, now that I'm in my office, let me achieve what I've set out for today? So the first and foremost question that comes into mind, and we want to just sequence it in a manner, is that where is it that we want to set up a workplace? Workplace, of course, is now boundaryless. It can be someone's home, it can be a Starbucks cafe, it can be your metro rail, it can be your cab ride as well, because you're all contributing and working while you're commuting as well. But looking at a workplace in specific, or office space in specific, where exactly are we trying to put it, and how are we trying to enable people coming in there already charged up to be facing the day, rather than drained and kind of looking forward to close? So that's where I would start.
Sudeep, your business requires multi-locational, number one, and I think a lot of cross-office networking would also be required for people to be meeting, interacting, and engaging. How do you manage the engagement at that level?
Thank you, Shailendra, for the question. Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, before I begin with the actual topic, being a typical Fauji, and like Jasdeep actually has already given us the platform, I would like to give a small anecdote from my Fauji life. and I'll try to just tell how it correlates with what we do here in the corporate world, and how it helps all us veterans to actually take up things on a daily basis. So a situation 25 years back, almost 25 years back, a young lieutenant standing at Bombay Central Station, going for his first assignment, that is Operation Vijay, Kargil War. His college friends with him, all of them messing up his mind. Half of them, you'll get killed, don't go, stay here. Why you have to report? Don't report. Half of them, one brings a Ganpati idol, one brings a knife. If you get caught by the enemy, if something happens to you, you can pray. If you get caught by the, keep it in your shoes. You can maybe use it if you become a prisoner. So all sorts of mind games by my own college friends. And what is happening in my mind? Ready, I'm going there to die or I'm going there to fight. And in all this, my mother, she's standing there, and then she sees this, what is happening. My friends, some of them literally crying, they had already decided that this guy is not going to come back. So then she calls everybody, and she says, Beta, don't worry about us. We are all fine, we'll be fine. You guys, you and your other colleagues in the Pulton, concentrate on only fighting. We want you back victorious. आपको जीत के आना है, वरना आना नहीं है. This was my mother's talk to me. So the next moment, I'll just correlate this. The next moment, my college friends, who were till then talking about tu mar jayega, mat ja, stay back, don't just report and all that, they start talking, mere taraf se do ko maar dena. That one line from my mother changed their entire perspective. And they were like, tu वापस आना, abhi we are waiting for you, and don't worry, we are here, and we'll take care of your family, we'll take care of your parents, don't worry, we are all there. They're all college friends, by the way. So now, that was a blocker, a mental blocker, which my own friends were creating for me, and how just one simple communication from my mother helped us come out of that entire mindset block. Even my friends, who till then were actually talking all negative, they started talking positive. So now coming back to the corporate world, how we can actually correlate that is first and foremost, I think, like Arvind just mentioned, our first and foremost thing is today I take 2 hours to travel and reach my office place. Is it worth it? Half of us will say no, but in some places like Bombay, we don't have any other option. With so much of construction work going on, we still travel that much. So what we do is, I'll just come to you. We have actually scattered our offices depending on the demography of the employees. So that the employee, while he starts from home, he knows that I don't travel more than 30, 40 minutes, and I'm there and I'm fresh to start with my work. Same way, if a person has to go for a particular meeting, it's the person who is closest to that particular location from the client's location who will be assigned the task. It's not that someone who is in the head office has to compulsorily travel that much and go to that place. So these are the small little comforts that we try to give to the employees.
So, Sudeep, just picking up from your anecdote, I think today the kind of confidence possibly your mother gave you at that instance, today it's the facility management professionals who have to stand and give that comfort to every employee in the organization that you can come back to the office.
Yes.
It is safe. And today, I think beyond being basic safe, it is also giving you a much, much better, conducive environment to work, to collaborate, and to be in, to kind of become a part of an organizational culture, which helps you not just at a personal level, but also at a organizational professional growth perspective. So how is that communication on, and what are the efforts kind of in place? And then what is the communication effort going on in your organization?
Right. So the first communication actually begins with the management, the leadership. If I'm not wrong, just in our previous panel discussion, I heard Vikas Chawla, he just happened to mention that they are actually going to get into a new office. And his point was, we want to attract good talent. And that's the reason we are moving into a new office. So your communication actually begins with your leadership. and what they feel, whether they really want to, get good talent and attract them and want to retain them. So one, yes, here the HR function also comes into picture. So, but who is the first impression? I mean, the day a new employee enters the office, you are the one who is going to give the first impression. Your reception, your front office, they are the guys, the security is the guy. So what kind of comfort a person gets the moment he enters into the office is what we would try to communicate, whether it is at the reception, the direction to go to a particular training room where they will be getting their induction training. And once you get into the induction mode, what is that you want to communicate to these new joiners who are looking up to you, whom you can give that confidence on day one that yes, they can stay here for a while. You can maybe start with your own example, how you joined and how things happened with you, and then you give that comfort level to the employees right from the induction training itself.
Sure. So, Arvind, coming back to you, he's right, that the management commitment, comfort giving is the start and, of the whole thing. But there is a lot of information, there's a lot of functional, operational information that we as facility managers can share and directly with the employees. So what is the kind of endeavors that you are looking at in your organization on that front?
Sure. Thanks for the question and great question. So we broached on where do we kind of set up a place. Then we kind of looked into why is a workplace design, Compass example just now mentioning that they want to retain and attract top talent. So you want to create a better workplace design. So I think that's the point, right? How do we communicate and what do we do in terms of communicating to the employees who are coming and joining us is that each office is built for a certain purpose. And I also like the distributed workplace model that you mentioned, right? We kind of take the workplace closer to the people, and it is possible in some of our industries, and naturally in some industries it's not possible. So, so when we have this distributed workplace, it is fit for certain purpose. It is built to meet the needs of certain workplace deliveries. I think that's where we strike the chord with our occupiers, with our employees, and with the stakeholders to say that, hey, we have created this workplace which is agile. So you can get these kind of works done in our office. Now that we have some more space and slightly away from the city, we have also created these training rooms and these collab spaces where you can correlate, collab, co-train, co-create, etc. So the functionality of why is it that we have designed and created a workplace, the fact that how the employee population can utilize it and be more productive. Gone are the days when we have only cubicles and cabins and conference rooms. So now the latest workplace do not even have most of the cabins. The go-to organizations, the strategy most organizations are going to is moving away from the cabin culture and bringing the work out in the open. Unless and until you need to really do a confidential work or something that requires a private space, for which these focus booths or telephone booths or conference rooms or two-seater discussion rooms are all coming up, but everybody is coming out and working in the open. Now, why is it that we are doing it? So that you're making a mention that we are egalitarian in nature, there is no hierarchy, we are all contributing to the same cause of the organization, so we need to work together. So the communication, not necessarily formally in terms of writing an email or giving an audience or giving a talk, also in terms of what is the workplace saying? What is it screaming loud? Is it saying that we are a fun and hep place? Or is it saying that this is where we come together to create something? Or is it saying that, hey, this is where we need to be more formal because it's a kind of a boardroom or annexes to a boardroom? So the design of the workplace also is making some communication. How do we kind of translate and let people meet their workplace aspirations and what they need to get done at a workplace is up to us, right? We kind of become the interface between what is the functionality of a particular place and how do we relate it to the user group.
Sure. So, and in fact, and especially post-COVID, there is a lot of focus that has come in terms of flexi work policies. So people are not just working from their supposed desk in an office. It could be any of the work locations or office locations, as Sudeep mentioned here. And at the same time, there is the flexibility of working from home. And one fine day, you might have a requirement where maybe 90% or even 100% attendance is there in the office. In that environment, having the right size of the office having the right space available at any point of time to mix and match those flexible occupancy levels across the life cycle in a year is also become critical. So, and the workspace expectation is now not just to have workstations, but also to have a lot of add-on spaces which are catering to health, which is catering to mental well-being, and all the lot of engagement, informal engagements also, not just productive engagement that's coming through. So a lot of effort, I would say, is going there. Any new offices that either of you would have built up in the last 1 or 2 years? And how did you go about designing that, if you have?
No, actually, I have not done a new office in the last 1 year or so. But yes, prior to that, we have done. I can give an example of how, again, from a scattered place, how we had, come into one location. At least the corporate offices and the headquarters of all the Reliance Group companies had come into one location, not very far from here in Santa Cruz. And how it helped us. So we were again in an office which was one of these scattered office things, and we were doing our employee satisfaction things. In that, we actually found the workplace satisfaction report came to just 27% for us. So it was a big showdown for the entire team and department. I was personally called by the chairman, and only one word: I want this employee satisfaction to go above 75 in the next 1 year. So from 27 to 75 was the target given. However, of course, our chief people officer was also part of this meeting, and we both decided that we have a task in hand. So when we moved, so moving people from their comfort zone, like we said, people were already attuned to a particular location, and the communications that went behind to tell them that what better things they can expect in the new facility, how the new facilities. We actually showcase the new facilities as a the five-star hotel for them. And we used to take them in batches, show them the location. Even if they have to travel, an extra half an hour to reach that place, they started developing that, liking for the place. So that was one major thing that we did. And the moment they were inside, once the employees were brought in from all the other locations into that one building, the kind of amenities and services that were provided to them in the first few months itself, it was actually in a way wherein you enter into a hotel, and the way a guest is treated by the hotel staff is what we were doing with these employees. The moment they got this kind of treatment, actually we were able to shoot up. We did not achieve 75 in the first year itself, but we happened to achieve around 68%. So we missed it with little bit, but we did that. So that, I mean, that I can tell about a new office that we were doing at that point in time. Of course, Arvind, you might have come up with more offices.
So yeah, we were on an opening spree. In the last 18 months, we have opened offices in 6 cities. The industry is growing. We were able to set up. See, one is, of course, we built to suit, and it kind of, we need to create.
The only software industry growing?
Sorry. So yeah, so aggressive plans, and organization wants to move to different cities, tier 1 and tier 2. We opened offices in, started with Pune, Kolkata, then Coimbatore, Hyderabad, as recently as Noida, earlier this quarter, and last week we opened 4 more floors in Hyderabad.
So interesting, and I'll possibly twist the question for you. With those diverse geographies, what is the local cultural adaptation that you're doing in your design?
It's a very big element of what a workplace needs to reflect, not just to do the tick box in terms of reflecting the local culture, but more importantly, it's an engagement that we want to create to the local populace, right? For example, in Kolkata, we had replicated, and thanks, it's not just possible in all the offices. It's not possible in all industries. We were fortunate that the kind of delivery we are trying to do from those centers enabled us to do this kind of setup. In Kolkata, we have replicated the local designs of existing heritage Kolkata in our office space. The Noida office, which we opened recently, earlier last month, the nearby bird sanctuary was the theme, and we have replicated the similar theme. In Hyderabad, of course, there is a lot to get inspired from. One is, of course, creating those workplaces, and most important is that how do we continue to maintain manage, and make sure that the end user is able to have a fantastic experience and day in and day out.
I think keeping the spirit of the design alive
Right.
through the life of the office is the key.
For that, we need to have players who would really vibe with you, who would understand what you're trying to do. You must thank Rajiv runs some of our places, Sanjeev runs some of our places, Ashish runs some of our places. The kind of partnership we're able to build with them, and to be able to make sure that when my employee meets my partner's team members on ground, they absolutely see no difference, in the sense that they're as much enthused, as much energized, as much kicked up about the whole place, saying that they run to the employees and say that, hey, would you have seen this new place? Have you seen this new feature? Have you seen this technology that enables you to do so and so? So as much as we are excited and we are able to communicate through our emails and broadcasts and CEO communiques, the partner's ownership of the whole element and taking it to the user in terms of translating it, that's a big productivity enhancer.
Okay, thanks. So an interesting example I would like to share, I've been engaging with an organization. They're building a large office, about 2.5 lakh square feet. On multiple levels of that office, they have different kinds of vegetation introduced. So each floor has a different kind of vegetation. Of course, there are food F&B facilities, a variety of that. And besides the routine health and wellness, I won't say routine, they are kind of among the best facilities that they are providing. Over and above that, they have gone and put in a 22-yard cricket pitch with a bowling machine in place. So, you know, that's what organizations are willing to go to. I think maybe one of our last points for discussion, agile workspace, flexi working, it's putting a lot of, I think, effort into planning, into coordinating, and a lot of that can be achieved maybe more so by technology and more efficiently. So what are the kind of tools that you have brought into place?
So luckily we work for a technology company. A lot of things that we want to do, we can get to try on our own environment, etc. To that point, I think technology plays a very big role in terms of making sure that what we are trying to make available for the users is appropriately, how do you say it, the supply chain is maintained in a right manner so that everyone gets an equal opportunity to use it. For example, our visitor management system, it's high-tech. You walk into a place, there is an iPad, it captures you. If you had come there before, the face recognition tells you that do these remain as your coordinates. If you confirm, the host is informed. So it's a pretty seamless and easy process to walk into any of our offices. Making sure that the corporate security controls are there, the access controls are there, the host is always accompanying, etc. Then our booking of a workspace and how often do I do that? Very weird problem and an interesting problem for us to have is that we have an acute shortage of space in most of our tier 2 cities. And when we do that, everyone wants to come to office, we don't have ample space. So how do we kind of tell people that, why don't you come on another day without offending them, right? A, we want them to come to office, and they're really making an effort to travel and come. We are saying that, sorry, we don't have seat for you today. So how do we kind of manage that using technology? We are making sure that people book, and when they book, we are encouraging them to check in so that we know that the place is used. If someone has not come 2-3 days consistently after booking, how do we disincentivize the whole process by making it difficult for them to book the next time? So we are using technology there. And of course, we're partners with some of the best F&B and employee commute partners in terms of technology. We use Smart Queue by Compass. It's like, it makes pretty easy in terms of the whole F&B experience. We again use a commute tool for the rostering, the scheduling, the compliance, the checks and safety, SOS, everything is tech enabled. So users are using it in their personal life. For example, I book my show, or an Indigo seat booking, etc., and they see our seat booking, office seat booking space. User doing it in terms of a Zomato or a Swiggy for their dining experience, they use our own inside app. Uber and Ola, they use our own things. So making sure that technology talks to them in a language and in a manner and in an experience they appreciate, and making our backup is appropriate in terms of inventory and service levels, I think that's the game. And I think a lot of credit should go to the facility managers across who are continuously upskilling and staying ahead of the curve so that we are meeting the users' needs and making sure that they're productive continuously at workplace.
Sure. From a purely FM operations perspective and with multi-location operations, are you using specific tools for your own team to ensure seamless use of data and which helps you take timely decisions, and keep the show running?
Yes, we are. We are also using certain tools. Of course, not like the ones being used by IT setups, but yes, as far as whatever is required for the financial setup, we are using those tools, especially tools which are to be shared with our own partners. Like we said, how important it is to have the relationship with the partners. Right from assigning the task to them to carrying out preventive maintenance to carrying out. So these are the places in an operational daily routine day wherein we are not interacting with the employees. But if an employee is comfortable in terms of lighting, air conditioning, in terms of noise levels, in terms of, getting all the amenities and facilities which he is supposed to get, which the team is working behind, the right tools that have been given to them to ensure, and the data that is coming from those, maybe the sensors and the tools which help us to make sure that the equipments are running fine and they don't fail. And even if there is a failure, we are prepared for the backups and the BCPs are there in place. Of course, COVID has taught us to add one more thing in the BCP list. So, but of course, BCP was always there and we are ready for that also. So how prepared you are? And I'll go to the extent of saying that today, what we provide to the employees in terms of the resources that is being provided to them and the kind of ease of accessibility to those resources and ease of use of those resources, whether it is a software tool or it is the availability of a person in front to give a glass of water, whatever it is, that makes a difference to that employee. And today the employee looks at that whether I am being given that kind of a treatment or not by the organization. So I'll say we have gone to the extent of getting more engaged with the employees rather than, I'm sorry if someone is from HR, but I think today we are slowly taking over that role. Some of us are already having that designation of experienced managers. So yeah, I mean, we are moving towards that.
So I would like to share an experience where I did some technology implementation and the perspective was to have it kind of seamless, wherein a very basic process, which I think everyone will correlate to, your energy readings. We put up a system where all the energy readings were available on your computer. And the intent was that the readings go live for every customer. And the same goes to our finance, who can then raise the invoices for every tenant in the building. And now, blockers at two levels. One, client, I'm fine with the reading coming, like to see it on my screen, but I still need an electrician to sign the reading and then give it to me. Now, what is the benefit of that, and how then do I, if my electrician is to continue, then how do I justify any kind of efficiency coming in is a problem. And on the other side, similar approach by my own finance team, wherein, no, it's a matter of money, someone has to sign it, can't depend on a machine data coming through, even if, so the same approval process set up on an SAP to procure a 100 crore contract is fine, but to generate a few lakhs of electricity bill, or even if, let's say, a few crores of electricity bill with the same approval process won't work for them because it's facility management. Now, these are the kind of internal and external blockages, I think, that we need to overcome. As an industry, we have to kind of, it'll take a lot of effort to kind of push back on these kind of efforts, wherein the acceptability of use of data and moving forward, even AI, I think, has to happen, is where we would like to see things going. I think it will make our lives better, maybe tougher in some ways, but also a lot better in many ways, and make the workplaces more conducive for the employees in the future. I think, anyone would like to summarize? Yeah, I know. Okay, right. Any questions? Happy to.
Just want to know, like when you're saying, you got the employee satisfaction percentage increased to 68% after making some changes in the system, the office infra. So what was that precisely, which you feel that employees, got that satisfaction and which was not there earlier?
First and foremost, please sit. First and foremost, it was moving into a new office with, of course, a very new workplace design, providing them when I say about the resources, it's, the seating of their liking. I mean, which earlier was very restricted in our case. We being from the NBFC, we have, branch kind of functions wherein people are limited to only that works. Maybe one desk is shared by 3 people. All of a sudden, which is like 3 by 2 becomes a 4 by, 4 by 3 or something for them. And it was a standard maintained for everybody. It's not that, you have to have hierarchies and, very, very few cabin holders, even the top guys will be outside with the team, with their own teams. So that was one. And the moment you do that, the interaction between the bosses and their team members increases. That helps. We, as a department, started communicating and going and taking feedback from each and every team. So whether it is all the other departments which are there in the office, and not just for one company, we did this for all the group companies of Reliance, which were like, at that point in time, there were almost 28 group companies located in one building. So almost, close to 4,500 employees. So we went to each and every team, each and every department, asking for what were their pain points in the new. Of course, we expect when you come into a new setup, there will be teething issues. So we started talking to them, and once we were able to give them the feedback that this is what you told us last week, this is our feedback on that, this is what action we have taken. That actually helped us, and I'll not just go to the extent of saying that as a department, we only achieved the employee satisfaction levels. We were actually given the, you can say, the best department out of all the other departments, whether it was finance, HR, business excellence. Business excellence did this entire thing from an external agency. And then they came up with the points with their all scientific ways of calculations. And that is how we, we achieved that target. And the department was #1 in that year. So I will say communication is the most important. Giving that feel-good factor, the employee needs a face. We all need a face. When you have a real problem in hand, that time I don't think so. Sorry to say, all those who are supportive of the technology, when the time comes, I still believe it's the person behind the technology who matters the most. And that face, if today Sudeep Ghoshal is the face to 10,000 employees in Reliance Group, they know that I can go to this person at night 12 o'clock and he will still respond to me and he will give me that service. So I'll still feel that kind of a service has to be given by us. Yeah.
Thanks, Sudeep.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid we don't have time for any more questions at the moment. I do assure you that during the networking lunch, which is going to be scheduled after 2 sessions, we'll be more than happy to connect you all. Thank you so very much. So some fantastic key takeaways there, most of it being how is it that we can use technology to its best. And of course, like Mr. Ghoshal said, it really is about the human touch, the personal touch, and you can't replace that. So once again, let's hear it up for our speakers right here. Thank you so very much. It's been a pleasure having you. And please do stay around because a lot of our guests would love to interact with you a little later. Before we head there, I'd like to mention that do bear with us. We still have 2 more sessions. Post that, of course, we have a networking break. We'll all enjoy lunch together. I'd also like to invite all of you to join us for a very interesting photo op, which has been stationed right outside the hall. We're framing it up nicely and making sure that we give you some fantastic images of that. So let's create those beautiful memories right here. For now, we're all set to present to you a very interesting speaker session right here. Please do put your hands together as I welcome Ms. Rupal Sinha, Global President, PVG India. A round of applause as she steps further. She's known to be a team player and somebody who looks after her workforce. No wonder then she's a part of the industry. A round of applause for her.
Good afternoon. I think I'm not getting a warm welcome at all. How will I conduct the session? Let's get that. Let's get the warmth. You know, we have a lunch forward, and Lots have been spoken about the ESG since morning, and what I would do is touch a little different shade of ESG and then try to do justice. It's a big topic. A day can be consumed in talking about it. So it's a vital topic, and it's a subject that is not only confined to the boardroom or the maintenance closets. A lot needs to be governed. We heard about Ashish talking about the pitch book, what our pitch book should be to take it to the customer. But if you see an overall ecosystem, the governance, the regulations, and the UN goals adopted by the country, translated further to the companies, to the boardrooms, and from there down to the procurement, and then us as the FM players. I think that's the ecosystem which needs to be driven. That's the ecosystem which will drive the change, and the change is coming. We'll see that. If we how do you have to point it out? Now it's not working. No, it's not working. So while the technology is taking its time, I think we should not wait. So after post-COVID, I think the office space definitely shrinked a little bit, because we all saw that in a hybrid model. Many have come back, but what it did was to make the adjustment. The adjustment came where the office perhaps might have shrinked, but the space has been taken over by certain other businesses. You know, the logistics have expanded, the warehouses have expanded, healthcare, many units have come up. So offices perhaps might have had taken a little bit of a backseat in terms of return, but the spaces have really gone up. The total building stock, as you can see, will grow up by 124 billion square feet by 2030. Cumulatively, that means that the global investments in energy efficiency retrofits are going to cost roughly around $959 billion by 20. These are hard statistics, and these are the opportunity which we must capture. These are the, if you can see some of the more statistics, by 2030, the floor space forecasted, and these are latest statistics, for commercial building sectors in India is going to go up by 1900 million square meters, which is definitely a good sign for us. Perhaps it may not be an office space, but it will be either under construction, built, operated, in construction phase, whether offices, not offices, but there will be commercial spaces. When there are commercial spaces, of course, these 4 key challenges of any built-in environment are important. And I'm not going to touch more on built-in environment, because I think in the pre-noon session, there's a lot spoken about on the built-ins. But we'll touch very briefly on the built-ins, and then we'll go the FM role and the global stage of FM companies on built-outs. What are these built-ins and built-outs? Of course, in sustainability, we see that 40% of the emission comes from building. We all have heard that from the morning sessions. All the changes, constructions, the mega projects, the forestations coming down, that are really causing the resilience are getting affected. If you see, it's an alarming statistics that from 1960 to 2019, the disasters have gone up by 10 times, you know. And what it requires is a very focused approach on saving the planet, Mother Nature, built-in environments, and built-out environments, which are smart cities and then smart country level. How do we do that? We saw these statistics that out of the total, the energy, 30% the world energy, 30% is conserved by the energy, 40% it emits global greenhouse emissions. And still there are reliance on non-renewable energy that needs to change, and we'll see. There have been green shoots. There definitely have been green shoots where we see a change coming from non-renewable to renewable side, and where are these happening? We'll see that, and definitely in India it's happening. So building tomorrow is aiming at 60% reduction on carbon emission by 2040, at least 40% green renewable electricity, and we influence the decarbonization in the industry. This is a slide which I think every FM player and every FM leader would know. This is our responsibility, and our roles have evolved in the built-ins, where these issues related to sustainability and the entire gamut of services or the protection of the entire facility by a facility manager needs to run it over a IoT platform that is a connected device, connected applications with I don't know how many devices. All devices, right from your laptops, from your iPhones, phones, any type of phones, iPads, computers, and then majority of your devices, which could be related to your HVAC maintenance, which could be related to solar, which could be related to space management. All these are connected today, which definitely raises one big concern. How is data being looked upon by the FM companies or for their own customers also? Not a place to talk about from what we do, but we are we have a very sound department on cybersecurity. Of course, we had an earlier speaker speaking about that, because data needs to be profound, data needs to be protected, and data needs to make sure that these data are maintained in most predictive and preventive maintenance of these data as well. And of course, these data are important because you take these days, your decision makings have gone up on the data. Two good things which are happening around us. We are digitizing. We are in terms of digitization, we have gone 10x on the data. We have got electrification. There are very ambitious projects happening on making in India on the EV buses. The green transportation is a big initiative that is happening. Solar is another where public policies, government policies are also supporting, and companies are coming forward in making these initiatives. What these AI and IoTs are doing, and where the scope of BMS that is getting, and the depth of integration which is bringing, it's definitely putting a pressure. It's definitely putting a pressure on an efficient, sustainable, capable of meeting the changing requirements of all our clients. Today, each client is different, each building is different, each customer is coming for a very different dashboard that it needs. As companies, as FM companies, we need to be agile to these technology developments, these technology changes, if we have to really work on if we really have to cope up with our, changing needs of our clients. What we take it to become a sustainable, building. Of course, they are divided into 4 different quadrants. It's very difficult to cover all, but I've tried to do it into 4 different quadrants, where energy efficiency, which comes from solar, alternate energies, you do it on a storage basis, you store solar energy, or it's an online, it's a real time for you. That these are the you pay attention on the smart technology to then monitor these energy efficiency, water conservation, water recycling, storm water, preservation of storm water, enhance indoor air quality. It has a direct impact, which we will talk in the next slide, on people behavior in the organization, how it impacts, and then of course your supply chain, or you become the supply chain for your client, needs to follow some of the ESG goals. If you see a very interesting statistics which came to us, that when these environments are given a greener feel, and ESG norms are being followed, how it increases the productivity. We saw that an AC temperature of 20 to 25, mind you, this is real statistics, right? And if you are typing on your iPad or on your laptops, it increases your productivity, or the typo errors come down by 44%. The stress levels in a nice air environment, it reduces your stress level, the sleep quality goes up, and while you deliver a productive and quality at your workplace as well. Poor ventilation, I think we've talked, I'm sure in the sessions going forward, we'll be talking about PM 2.5 level of indoor air quality to be maintained by, to give a well-being of the occupants, to ensure that the CO2s are well balanced. I'm not going to touch on that because there's a full session on that. And these nice buildings, we heard a session before, attracts people attracts talent to our organizations. Of course, building gets saved from astronomical energy bills that we pay, and return on investment. I think in the SEBI, listed companies, your ESG calculations or ESG reports needs to be driven and needs to be presented. That drives the organization towards ESG goals. So all listed companies have mandatorily required to present their norms. Now, we spoke about built-ins, what we do about the built-outs, right? And I'm talking about an ecosystem beyond a facility, an ecosystem which is governed by SDG 11 goal, which talks about rising population, rising slum, shrinking public places, less conservation of water, depleting water lines, fresh waters going bad. Some of the alarming statistics, if you can see, is that the urban India generates almost 62 million tons of municipal waste each year, out of which only 70% get collected. So what happens to the, and 20% of that gets treated, what happens to the balance? It goes to the dumping sites, landfills. And what do these landfills then do? A clear case where you see a lot of cases of slum areas or people getting sick, people getting diseased. Why these happens? Because nobody is attending towards or the emphasis of very few FM players in the world are attending or giving emphasis on attacking these problems. We do have some companies who do that, which are some of the statistics I will not go through. And hence, therefore, if you see that if the wastes are not attacked and if the wastes are not treated well, what havoc they create to the human health. And therefore, if you see here that we say that 42% of household wastewater is not treated properly, which definitely affects the human ecosystem. Water bodies assessed in 89 countries definitely have a good ambient water quality. But 52 of those countries do not have any information about what groundwater, what fresh level of waters are there. So the absence of data makes very difficult for any country or for any organization at the state level to decide what measures need to be given to attend to these problems so that the health risks are reduced. We talk about in the built-outs the four the pillars, which as FM companies also is a big opportunity for us. Waste management is one. We'll see how companies are attending the waste management. Green transport, we'll speak about that in a second when we finish on the waste management. EV buses, we are in a situation as country where demand is more than supply. India is screaming today for demand of EV buses, right? The supply is like Ashok Leyland, Tata's, Switch Mobility, some of the Chinese companies all put together, they still have not been able to meet the demand. And the goal set for EV is humongous. If you see, we'll talk about that in a moment. But before that, Very quickly, a sneak peek on the solid waste management operations that facility management company does. A pitch book and definitely an area of operation and opportunity for each one of us. Have a look. I hope it plays. Thank you. So as I said, opportunity is immense. We join hands with various NGOs, we join hands with various private players, and we join hands with government to implement. Waste is huge. As you can see, what devastation it creates, and it needs to be attended on war footing. Again, as I said, that the EV and the green transportation is a big, massive move of the government on sustainability. The statistics are all there, and as at BVG, we run almost 1,800 buses, full depot maintenance, which includes health, hygiene, operations, drivers, maintenance, everything. An opportunity which we serve with many EV players, private players, which is a goal of not only the companies but also the country as well. So that's important. Another one, of course, on the renewable and energy, a very steep goal at India level, where currently we are definitely a third largest consuming country. With only currently we are at 180 gigawatts installed capacity, of which waste to energy only contributes 0.55 gigawatt. Now, big opportunity there for the companies to partner with the right stakeholders and implement it. We have an ambition to take it to 500 gigawatt by 2030. We are what? We are already at 2023. Lastly, landscaping. We do landscaping in built-ins. We do landscaping. We take a step little forward, right? And help achieve. These are the goals of many companies, private companies who come together, who's scouting for companies, asking them to support, where they can buy these carbon credits. They can buy the credits from us, where we partner with them to put, control mudslide or soil erosion by planting trees like bamboos, pines, willows. There are plenty of those to prevent landscaping. As of course on the built-in side and on the compound side, we already do roughly around 55 million trees we have planted. But this is an initiative, and this is what we intend taking forward, not only contributing and partnering with our company stakeholders, corporate stakeholders, but also working in close association with international agencies who are driving these SDG goals and supporting them in it. A very quick, I'll end this session with a small case study, and which we want to show how a contamination of lake can, it's 108 acres of lake, fully contaminated, which caused so many deaths of young kids in Gujarat, Dahod. How we worked to convert, or any FM companies can. This is an opportunity to convert them into a beautiful lake and landscaping. Over to you. Thank you very much. So, as I said, that opportunity we have to write. We have to rewrite our pitch book, as Ashish also mentioned, and a couple of other sessions I read. So, let's focus within built-ins and let's join hands with a couple of stakeholders in built-outs to save the mother nature. And thank you very much for a patient hearing. I have been told that the questions I have to attend in the lunch break. More than delighted. Any questions, any clarification you need, we are more than there to answer. But thank you so much for a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Sinha. And now is when we come to another interesting session lined up, doing more with limited budget, cost control versus quality maintenance, something that we have really touched upon in our other sessions as well. How is it that you can justify the cost you're spending, and how is it that we can make sure that we are spending the penny and making ourselves accountable for it? Something that sort of pinches us every single day. So before we head out for that much awaited lunch break, our speakers are here to really take this segment forward and discuss what cost control versus quality maintenance is all about. Let me extend a very warm welcome and invite Almaz Fatima, Senior Vice President, Administration and Infrastructure, Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. Thank you so very much, ma'am, for being here. May I present to you Mr. Nitin Dhamale, Head Facility Management and Property Services, Raymond Realty. A very warm welcome to our session chair, Colonel Navinder Narang, Head Infra and Facilities, ICICI, HFC. Thank you so very much, the three of you all, for being here. And may I now hand over the stage to you, sir.
Hello. It's a very, very odd time, sandwiched between the lunch and the earlier sessions. So I'll give a captain's announcement, like you have in the aircraft. Seat की पेटियां बांध लो और toilets और common area में जाना वर्जित है. So just bear us for 20 minutes. We have already curtailed our time from 45 to 20 minutes. I think we'll make a very interesting rush into it. So coming to straight away, the first point that I want to discuss amongst us, Nitin and Fatima. Sorry. Almas. No, I just forgot your first name. Sorry. So let's come to the first and main part of technology, the cost control versus the quality control. And in that, how do we approach this problem of cost versus quality? So what I was thinking was, is there a method to, approach this problem and understand it better so that everybody can take some takeaways from here?
So, when we look at the costs or the budgets, as all of us do, and it is exactly like the situation we are into. There is very little budget, and we have to do a lot into it. So similarly, there is a structured approach to it. At the same time, a lot of time, and all of us must have experienced it, somebody at the CXO level says, this year 10% minus, 5% minus. And when you look at it, you say, how is this possible? The building is getting old. The facility is getting old. My maintenance are scheduled this way. How do I do it? I think one of the factors that we have to look at is very strong data collection and see what all inbuilt things which are already there in the building when it comes to design itself. So are there factors which are inherently with the building design which will help me ensure the goal which we are looking at?
Yeah,
yes. I think I also agree with Nitin. We, from a very structured process, in terms of the cost. I mean, cost again, as all of us know, it directly hits the P&L and the bottom line of any organization, right? So from a design per se, I think to begin with, it's very, very important. We need to take a very conscious, structured approach. I would call it, right from the budgeting point of view, till the time we really, shell out the pennies, right? So, it's very important for us to understand where are we spending, why we are spending, and how do we spend. And in the entire process of this entire cost allocations that we do, at different levels to different assets to different, uncertainties that we often see as facility managers, because there are a lot of times that we are bound to spend and we are forced to spend when we don't even oversee or we've even, kind of overseen anything during our budgeting things itself. So I think those conscious calls will have to be taken, and of course, there has to be a dialogue between us and the stakeholders. Getting them involved in our discussions itself is very, very important, and it also plays a very important role. I think having your stakeholders being a party to your cost decision makings plays a very important role in any organization.
Yeah, I was thinking more on design level. I'm of a view that if at the design level you do the proper assessment, in the long term you really end up saving a lot of costs. I've seen it happening in the interior space designing, in designing some things like even a software for your own department or anything, procurement, design. So everything has a design stage. If at the design stage you plan well, like now ESG is into, the latest thing is the ESG. So if you have to plan your procurement right at the start for the next financial year, we need to have a proper, preparation for that kind of a procurement. Look into what vendors are in the marketplace, what are the benchmarks being created for green procurement, and then make a design. Similarly, for technology, with the plethora of applications now slowly available, it's a very tough decision to hit the right spot and go for an application procurement or software procurement which will stand the test of time and also be integratable with other applications in your own company.
Absolutely.
I second your point, Colonel. See, what happens is most of us, and I see a lot of occupiers, as in I come from a developer fraternity, so when we look at anything in our company, it is kitna square feet hai. Okay, so that is how the mindset is. At the same time, because of the evolution of things and green building norms, wellness norms, more and more we are creating commercial buildings with a green building norms. And as a part of inherent design, there are a lot of things which helping you to save energy. But when you are going to come and do interior of your office, you need to align the buildings, green building initiatives with your interior so that if you can use the maximum sunlight so that your electricity cost is low. All these aspects.
I mean, just one I would also like to add here is, there is also a thin line between a one-time investment cost versus a recurring cost. I think understanding that perspective is also very important for us, because what we kind of, initially think, okay, fine, this may actually cost more, it may hit my, thing. But over a period of time, right, because we end up actually spending so much in our AMCs and, other contracts and things like that. But like, Narang sir just mentioned, and Nitin also, like you rightly mentioned, from a design aspect, if you're able to figure out what is that, the best investment I am putting into, which can save me a recurring cost over a period of time, I think that's not a bad deal to have in place as well.
One more area where you can, focus that is your processes. How best your processes are geared up to handle this kind of cost versus quality decision making. So any views on how our processes can be, used to leverage this point?
Absolutely, sir. I think processes definitely plays a very, very important role. I think not only on the cost and quality, but also on everything that we do within our, facility management, asset management. To take any gamut of services that we provide under the umbrella of our, facilities and infrastructure management, it definitely does play. And from a process point of view, again, breaking them down into various aspects. Right, identification, then I would say visualization, then identifying how much, what kind of equipments we are into, the life cycle of an equipment, the entire the AMC is part of it, getting into those equipments that we deal into, the kind of warranties that we receive into, and of course having a dialogue with our partners who've been, kind of been with us for a long time, and also the big players in the market versus the new players also in the market who sometimes really come up with, intelligent ideas on both saving the cost and also increasing the life of an asset. I think the life of an asset also does play an important role, right? So Nitin can add a few more points.
Absolutely. So when it comes to processes, So as we always say in FM, it's people, process, and technology.
Yeah.
So a lot of time training that guy on the ground level at 2 o'clock in the night, he has to switch off one switch, and that will result it over the years into certain amount of saving. Ensuring these processes from ground level up for implementation, at the same time from the top-down approach when it comes to aligning them with your organization goal. So, if the organization goal is, yes, we have to meet this target, because as all the other sessions before us said, we are the one who contribute to the bottom line. And ensuring these right processes, ensuring right partners, and you have to treat your partner, make them align with your goal, and then set the processes according to your business requirement. So what is happening is, over the period, a lot of MNCs, they have set processes abroad. But we have to put them in Indian context, with the asset that you have. If you're moving into new building, the entire budgeting exercise and the things will change. If the building life is, the asset life is 0 to 5 years, it changes accordingly. And the third part is, if the asset is already 20 years old, and if you have to continue, whether you do reinvestment and whether you do reinvestment or actually pay the extra cost of utilizing energy. So one of the malls, which was around 15 years old, which I was managing, we realized is we were spending around 1 crore rupees per month on the chillers which were on the older technology. Then we put across a proposal saying the newer technology we do, the bill will come at 50 lakhs, and 40 lakhs we will pay for the buying the chillers over the period, and 10 lakhs still is the saving. So that is why the things matter. And this actually came from the down level guys who said, sir, this is what we can do.
Interesting, very interesting. Yeah.
Sorry. So also on the processes bit, what I would also like to share is that, the KPIs that we have with our partners, right, in terms of the kind of service level agreements that we have it with them, or the timelines, by which they are supposed to, kind of attend to a request, or the kind of even the reportings that comes to us as dashboards from our partners post, the AMCs are being done or any of those being done. I think they also actually add a lot to our process values over the period of time. Right, so I think those kind of studies and the dashboards, while we of course have technology in place and everything else, but like Sudeep also mentioned this morning, right, it's the man behind the machine, it's man behind the dashboard that has to understand what is he presenting and what is the value that the presentation actually holds for an organization. So I think the KPIs and the service level agreements that we do with our partners is very, very important. Again, ensuring that our processes are followed to the T and the processes actually, give us what we desire.
Both of you have given very interesting points. In fact, I was almost recounting the last 5 years I've been. Fortunately for me, I was instrumental in starting to make the processes for our company as the ICICI Home Finance Company. In doing that, one very good tip given by one of the business leaders was, Navinder, you make those policies which will stand the test of the audit team. Very, very, very pertinent advice. If you can remember this tip, I think you can create very, very practical processes which you are actually able to follow. One thing is to make the processes and guidelines which sound good, but when at the end of the year, you're going to create audit observations out of that, then that's not the right way. And second lesson which I learned was, while doing digital transformation of certain processes, you realize what it takes to form those digital processes and which can be implementable. Like, I'll frankly tell you, it's a confession that while making those applications, the digital applications, we really thought that, okay, this will work. But once we started implementing it with our partners, half our partners are not able to, fulfill those obligations. And we find that the data which we want at the end of the thing is not really coming in the right way.
So I second with you, Colonel. See, one of the things, in the audience, some of us are service providers, some of us are clients. I have been on both the sides. So few years back, in a residential segment from corporate, most of the things get transferred to residential segment. So everybody was, let's make SLA. Now then we realized that making SLA is one thing, monitoring that SLA is another thing. Because from a developer side, you need a bigger team than service provider to manage that SLA if your partner is not aligned with you. So as you rightly said, any process which cannot be tracked, measured, and accountable is something which is a challenge.
One technology which is coming slowly, but it will come in a big way, I believe so, is blockchain. Blockchain, when it is implemented along with your protocols, your SOPs, and your benchmarks, is really going to change the way things are going to happen. It's going to really make things very easy, but we still have a long way to go there. Cutting across this topic is the next is execution. Now, one major area is you may have planned certain way, you may have designed it certain way, you have made created processes, but when it comes to execution, is there any scope to see, okay, how I can further see whether my cost is going the right way or my quality is getting delivered?
Certainly there is. Only thing is, how do you do review across parameters? Now, if you are managing a corporate, anytime you're executing a process, it has two effects. One, it gives you data. Second, it gives you feedback from people. Because when you're managing IFM in a corporate, the biggest feedback comes from the occupants or the office goers or the staff which is there. Similarly, in my case, I manage a lot of residential buildings. And any small change in a process actually creates an immediate hue and cry on the WhatsApp. So while I want to ensure cost is down and I don't want to put certain manpower because the lifts are, say, perfectly operational, they have cameras, all safety standard. But customer says, I want this. I said, fair enough, but we will need so much cost also along with it.
I agree. So for me, sir, effective execution has always been equal to effective training equals to effective communication. That's the kind of mantra that I've always followed. And I think for any execution, it's across the industries is what I've felt. For us to make sure that we are executing whatever we've designed and whatever we've put it together, it's very important that the team, again, be it the technology or no technology, right? It's very important that they understand and an effective training is given to the people who are actually going to be managing that. Because what we have, visioned and what we have put together as a, as a design or as a, as a canvas, and if that the team on ground does not understand, then we are really going through a, we are actually, the building is going to fall, right? And also communicating effectively, right? In terms of communicating, it could be with your stakeholders, it could be with our own team members, it could be with your occupants of the building. With almost everybody, the effective communication also plays a very important role. In fact, Narang sir was also telling me this morning, right? How you need to, kind of make sure that your stakeholders buy in and they see what you want them to see and they see your vision. Right? So whenever a design is put up in terms of execution, if the team on ground does not understand, right, even the smaller, I would say, nitty-gritties of managing a small equipment, because you cannot expect your facility managers to also be around 24/7, while, of course, all of us are there always. But sometimes, just a very small issue boils out, to really, really huge massacre at times. So I think that has always, kind of been in my mind, that whatever you put up, make sure that your entire team is trained to manage those kind of things. And of course, communication with your stakeholders is also from time to time is very, very important for any execution to be very successful.
Your last point on trying to monitor, that gave me a thought. Lately there are some companies devising such tools which can, with which you can monitor your projects very well. Now, I don't want to name the company, but we have this tool now with us, wherein the vendors, the other stakeholders into that interior project, they give all the data inputs, and you're getting a day-to-day, scenario on how much percentage the project has covered and what are the deficiencies. So there are tools available these days. Okay, the next thing is asset management. How does it play a role in your cost management and also in your quality of the overall assets?
See, it's very important because your assets and the reliability of asset is directly impacting your business or business continuity. So when it comes to cost versus asset management, it's always the question with reliability, because if something fails, you are answerable, and if something is expensive, you are answerable. Both things, there is a very fine line balance you need to track. And what we see in the general balance, the OPEX is mainly your manpower, your utility cost, and your AMCs. If you identify major factors from this and work on each line item along with all the stakeholders, I think the results can be achieved.
I agree. I think asset management is actually my favorite topic as well. That's something that I really love, answering the auditors about. So I think effective asset management, sir, in my opinion, again, is very crucial to understand, like I rightly mentioned in the beginning, right, the life cycle of an asset, that plays a very, very important role. And at the same time, it's also very important in ensuring the health of that asset is taken care of. Right, so from a timely maintenance, which we kind of now do it through our AMCs and, quarterly maintenance and, preventive maintenance that we kind of call it. I think preventive maintenance is definitely the key to the, increasing in the life cycle of the asset. But again, also, I think the discarding of the asset in today's world, especially in when sustainability and ESG has become such an important topic for us, right? I think discarding of an asset has also become one of the most I think an added KRA to the facility manager's portfolio at the moment. I think even that is going to be, I think, a topic of discussion in our, offices and, of course, in our roles as well, that how do we manage the asset and how do we discard the asset as well. Right, so, I mean, I would also like to hear sir's views on discarding of the asset.
The way I look at it is that this is the singularly most important part, because if you understand what is asset management, then you realize it. Asset management is the whole life cycle of the asset, right from the procurement till the disposal. Now, in between, whatever happens is governed by other things, by processes, by your early design, by your monitoring, by your execution, by your maintenance. And I always tell my facility managers that the most important task that you're doing is going to be your branch visits, like in our role. I'm not from the manufacturing, I'm on the BFSI. So in our role, we have to ensure that we visit these branches, we see all the assets being utilized in the right manner, in the purpose that they are designed for and equipped for. So in that whole plethora of the, the process that is for the branch management or the branch visit, you are able to tackle every single point of your contact. In our branch visit module that we have devised for our software, we have 60 checklists. Now, it is cumbersome for the infra manager to do 60 question answers, but that is the bread and butter. If these are not, answered or tackled properly, these will give problems later on.
I totally agree, sir. In fact, what I also just like to add to what Narang sir just mentioned, right? These service reports that we receive from all our partners, right? At the, I mean, there is a tendency that we really don't look into the details of the reports. Because, but I actually urge, that, I mean, we as, the heads of facilities or maybe our team members, we should make sure that they read the service reports, because that describes the health of the asset. Right, because and that health report is actually the one that will decide how much are you going to spend and how much are you going to save as well. Right, so I mean that is something that I just realized over a period of time, that we really have never read the health reports of our assets in detail.
And you're absolutely right, Almas. The data collection around the entire gamut of things, which really helps, because like you have multiple branches, you benchmark each data. Similarly, when you are in a commercial building and you have 50,000 square feet, what is the BTU rate? One of the things which are there in the contract, which is clear, how much square feet is your maintenance, how much square feet is your rent. The one thing is, which is variable, is how much BTU you will pay is depending on the overall high side consumption. If that scenario you are into, you need to really work with your developers that, that's where he achieves the maximum cost saving, because that will give you an indirect saving every month, because that is a cost straight away going from your side. And
I totally agree, Nitin. I mean, I think we've been managing different geographies, both at multiple locations as well as individual buildings, and what you rightly mentioned does really have an impact.
In fact, now that a lot of our companies are moving to managed workspaces, it's very interesting to know that now that you realize your per workstation cost, you're able to actually figure out, okay, a lot of things which go behind that, which was perhaps not a perspective earlier when things were, differently placed. Talking about cost, one cannot remain away from the budget preparation and the budgeting part.
Yes.
So how do you think we can really look after this aspect through proper budget, preparation and budget planning?
Again, a very important and a very, I would say, personal favorite exercise of mine as well. I think for the budget preparation, sir, what is important is first to understand the run rate that has been with you in the past. What is the run rate that you've kind of achieved in the total spend? And of course, a year-on-year assessment will always help us do that. And it's also important, to understand, that we need to now as facility management, again, COVID has taught us a lot of things that, we never used to have something called as a contingency budget. But I think it's become even more important for us to always keep that aside now, right? And we, of course, have a buy-in from the top management, and, we can always maintain that contingency budget, because what happens most of the time is that the contingency budget has actually taken away our important tasks on hand, right? The OPEX costing and whatever we would have planned otherwise has already been taken away by all the ad hoc things and requests that we get. And also, again, having an very important dialogue with your important stakeholders, of course, the HR, the finance team, and your business function teams, your marketing teams, also will kind of give you an overview of what they are expecting from you for the next financial year. What is that you will need to put it under your P&L versus what they would kind of take that under them. And again, the spend, right? We kind of do a regular monitoring of the spend, that I call it an expense management tool. Again, with tool, without tool, I think a regular review of our expenses, where are we going, where have we actually not even spent, right? There are certain GLs where we would have budgeted, but we wouldn't have spent at all. And why haven't we done so? I think in a little depth of in all the the entire expense management, GL wise, if you could do it, would be great. But otherwise, also a monthly review at a minimum. I mean, of course, quarterly we all do it, but sometimes it's important that you list out your top 10, 15 spends and do a monthly review and understand why is this, because that will only help you to figure out how much you should again budget the next year. Right. So
I think you have covered almost all the points on budgeting part of it. And see, there are factors which change, like minimum wages in state of Maharashtra every 6 months it change. So all these factors, while you are presenting to your CXO, generally the CFOs you work very closely with on that, and they have this 10-15 minute attention span. The crisper the data and the numbers you can give, because we are used to a long spreadsheet and data, because that's as a nature of facilities management, we have big reports coming from our service partner, everything. How do you consolidate that and put that factor across to CXO? I think that is very important.
Okay, I think this aspect of controlling the budget is also best worked when you work with your teams internally. I found a lot of value when before we present the budget, go back to your teams, talk to them. Right. It serves two purposes. It also makes the team aware on the limitations and controls which the company has. At times, otherwise the junior lot don't really understand, and they think then, why are certain things not happening? So that is one part. And second part is, of course, when you have an internal brainstorming, it makes you much more aware. Even as leaders, sometimes you are ignorant of certain aspects which are on ground, which need to be taken care of.
Absolutely right, sir. I'll give you a very small example. One of the asset we were managing, we had 400 TR, 4 chillers. The building was designed for 24/7 banking kind of a operation in erstwhile. Then we had, multi-tenant. We converted into multi-tenant building, only 9 to 5 kind of customers which were there, premium customers. All of them, 6 o'clock building used to be get empty. When we were doing the annual maintenance of these chillers, the team came back and said, sir, we are hardly using in summer also 2 chillers maximum. Why you want to keep paying comprehensive for all? Let us sit with the company. We are buying 4 more deals with them. They will do 2 chillers this year, comprehensive, 2 non-comprehensive, and we will switch the chiller every year.
Absolutely.
And that saved us few lakhs, and it kept our camp same for the next 3 years or 2 years, which help us, my sales team, getting better clients or making sure the client don't move because of cost.
Right.
Yeah. One important part, technology is increasing its role in everything. So whenever we prepare our budget, I would request everyone to, pay heed to this requirement and project it very convincingly to the management, because this is going to help you reduce your manual work and become smarter in your work. So coming to the last point, just 2 minutes more. Contracts are very important to us. How do they help quality versus cost, or both?
I think very essential to having a proper contract. Second thing is your partner to be made aware right from top to down, this is our contract is, and this is what the deliverable is. So penning it down right is something very essential.
Just adding to what Nitin also mentioned, I think also adding a regular review with your partner, and ensuring that those clauses are also within a part of your contract will also play a very important role. And of course, not to forget, we should make sure that both our exit and our entry clauses in the agreements are clearly jotted down, because at times we've also seen it with a few partners where we are forced to exit for some or the other reasons. Either they've not met our SLAs, or they wouldn't have performed as per our satisfaction and all of it. So, I think our contracts should be even more flexible. Again, thanks to COVID, it has taught us quite a bit, because we need to really have that flexible, both walk in, walk out kind of a thing in our contract management. But yes, I think the overall perspective, the facility management, the pillar that I would call it, is completely binded by the contract. So, it's very important and very imperative that the contract has to be a win-win for both, for both the parties. It just can't be a one-sided one, of course. But at the same time, it should make sure that it does not, penalize any one of us, both in good performance and bad performances as well.
At the same time, I would like to add a little bit. See, when you are putting, like you say, penalizing or anything, at the same time, there should be some reward which goes to the staff, because end of the day, the staff is going to deliver it.
Thank you.
One last point I think I would make is, while doing your contracts, have very clearly laid out service requirements from the vendor. Very detailed manner. In fact, that, if spelled out properly, will sort out your cost versus quality, that dilemma. Or the.
I think that's well said.
Totally, sir.
Thank you so much for the quick fire responses and the discussion. I'm sure they would have benefited the audience, and thank you for being such a patient audience. And I think I'll not come any more between you and the lunch.
Same
Thank
here.
you
Thank
so
you all.
very
Thank you
much.
for patient hearing.
Thank you so very much for that very interesting fireside chat. And like he said, that we've had many key takeaways from the segment. I'd now like to invite all of you to join us for a networking lunch break. We meet again at 2:30 p.m. Do enjoy the break, and please join us at the photo booth for some very interesting pictures. Thank you so very much.
Requesting our guests to please take a seat. Let me extend a very warm welcome to each of you right here. We truly do hope that you enjoyed the little bit of the break that we got there. Okay, before we move forward, I would love to ask you, what is the one thing in your own workplaces that you love to have in a break? By the way, the right answers get some very interesting gifts. So what is it that you would love to have in your personal time or your break? Maybe, get some us time with a colleague. So let me ask you.
Well, it would be a breather.
Difficult for us when we're in facilities, isn't it then? Okay, let me come to you. You have the brightest of smile the minute he said breather, because you do know it's not really possible, isn't it?
Is it possible? Actually, I'm with him, but in a certain situations, there could be different meanings of it. The breathing and the other breathers are there.
Okay, no pun intended there for sure. Okay, let me come to you, sir, and let me ask you, what is it that you would like to sort of have your 5 minutes with a colleague and sort of make that your breather, like sir said?
A good cup of coffee.
A good cup of coffee it is. A round of applause for him. And can we have all of you who agree with him raise their hands, please? Fantastic. So at least 80% coffee lovers agree with you, and that is what brings me to present a fantastic coffee flavor. Isn't that interesting? I would love for you to take this back and invite us over for a good cup of coffee with you. Is that good? Round of applause for him. Which flavor happens to be your favorite, sir? Would you enjoy French vanilla? So I'd like to share with all of you that we have a very special booth from our partners like Cafe, and we would love for you to enjoy this coffee with your colleagues, and we would love to know what you think of it. So thank you so very much. A round of applause for him. Okay, now a little more serious question, and let me come to this side of my audience who happen to be very, very quiet. So let me ask you, what are the two things that you feel our industry needs to change when we talk about FMs? What is it that we need to change or revamp and that can really work for us? What change can we make in our industry? Okay, let me come to the gentleman right here. Yes, please, and do introduce yourself briefly before you answer.
Jitendra Desai here. Moving from the mindset that we are only a cost center and trying to add value and showing and showcasing how we could bring value to the table. That's the biggest mindset we need to change.
Anyone here who agrees with him? Oh, wonderful. Wow. You really have audience who are biased towards you and want you to win something special. So I have a very special gift for you, and thank you so very much for answering that. Here's to a lot more coffee breaks and thinking together, brainstorming together. So from the team of Le Cafe, we have a B&B Original. Enjoy yourself. I promise you some fantastic goodies a little later as well. All you've got to do is interact. Somehow our audience is not asking enough questions. Also, sometimes we are not allowing you enough time to ask those questions. So we truly do hope that our next set of panelists will keep some time for questions for the audience as we look forward to our next session right here. Let me extend a very warm welcome to our keynote speaker, the Compliance Odyssey, journeying through facility management rules, and present to you Mr. Santosh Sinha, Pan-India Compliance Head Facility, Kera Heja Corporation. A round of applause as he joins us on stage, please.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, now it seems that we all are very active after having our lunch. First of all, thank you very much to ET Group, Compass, Tenon Group, to give me such a privilege to share my knowledge, which I am spending on day-to-day my profile. First I will cover a few things which is really required to fulfill the statutory compliance. After that, we will discuss how we can enhance, how we can improve to fulfill the documentations, and what are the challenges, what are the financial liabilities if we will fail to fulfill the compliance requirement. There are few 8 to 10 points like Minimum Wages Act. This act is about to pay the minimum wages as per the state, industry and skill set. Payment of Wages Act 1936. This act is about the release the salary by 7th of every month. When we are talking about 7th of every month, it doesn't mean that 7th, the day which is getting completed 30 days of every month, from that day to 7th days of every month. Because there is a confusion to most of the people that 7th means only 7th. Somewhere payroll runs like 21st to 20, somewhere it runs 1st to 30th. That's why this Payment of Wages Act should fulfill by the 7th day from the date of 38 days. Equal Remuneration Act. This act is ensured to pay equal wages as per employee skill set. there should not be any discrimination on the basis of color, sex, or community. For an example, if we are appointing any housekeeping man, then housekeeping man's salary should be there as per the State Minimum Wage Act. Yes, we can understand somewhere like, if those resources are having maximum experience or just for appreciations or some continue their job, if client recommend, then we can pay some additional amount on the basis of contract agreement. But yes, maximum should be equal wages to all of unskilled, semi-skilled and skilled set of employees. Next is PF Act 1952. This act ensure about a proper deduction for the safety of employees and their dependent. The deduction of PF happens like 12% from employee salary and 13% from employer salary. Out of 13%, 1% goes for 0.5% for administration and 0.5% for EDLI, employee death linked insurance, where employees dependent get a maximum benefit up to 7 lakhs rupees in case of unfortunate death immediate basis. And the breakup of principal employer, it's like 1250 goes to pension fund and 3.67 goes into employees provident fund. ESIC Act, this act ensures that medical benefit of employees and their family members and accidental insurance, which cover entire medical treatment expenses and the wages if employee is going on medical leave. But we need to ensure that yes, the employee's ESIC contribution is being paid every month. If there will be any gap and if it will not show in monthly remittances, then it might be that ESIC authority will not be able to provide that benefit. Or it go in some different directions to go and take approval, this and that. So just to avoid such cases, we should ensure that every month whoever deployed resources are there on site, on client side, all resources, ESIC or any statutory payment is being made on time, on or before 15th of every month or whatever the statutory date. Bonus Act, this act ensures to pay the bonus at the rate of 8.33 to 20% or 7,000 as per the recent bonus amendment, whichever is higher. Gratuity Act 1972, this act is about to provide 15 days salary of every year if employee is completing 5 years and above in one organization, which will be at the rate of last drawn basic wages. If suppose I started my job and my basic wage is 10,000 rupees, and when I'm leaving after 5 years, my basic wage is 25,000 rupees, then I'll be eligible to get my gratuity at the rate of 25,000 rupees, like 15 days salary of every month. PT Act, this act is governed as per the Article 276. Article 276 of Constitutions, and the maximum deductions is 2,500 per month. Somewhere it happens 175 rupees per month, 200 rupees per month, depend on the salary of the employee. But it will never be more than 2,500. Labor Welfare Fund, this act is a state-wise act for which a very nominal amount get deducted from employee salary and get deducted as once or twice in a year. Like in Maharashtra, if you'll see, there is a deduction 12 rupees from employee salary and 36 rupees from employer's side, which is 48 rupees and 96 rupees every year, twice in a year in the month of July and January, June and December. So this fund get collected and get paid to the Labor Welfare Authority, but it's very difficult to get any benefit from that authority. If any employee want to get any benefit. Only one benefit is there, कि if employee is leaving and they're not claiming their wages up to 3 years, then after 3 years, as per wage accumulations, principal employer need to pay that wages to Labor Welfare Fund, and if they will come back to the principal employer or to the organization, they can say your wages and everything is deposited there, you can go and claim. So that employee can claim any point of time after getting the supporting documents from their principal employer. S&D Act, Shops and Establishment Act. This act governs about the leave, working hours, OT wages, OT working hours, if suppose working hours is going more than 8 and above. In case of exceeding working hours, and assurance to get benefit of national and festival holiday, female employees' safety and security in case of night duty by female employee by ensuring that, yes, female employees are getting transport facilities, they are working in a group, at least 5 employees in the group, and all those details we need to submit to the S&D authority on time to time. Maternity Benefit Act, this act governs that every female employee should get 26 weeks leave. If employee is covered under ESIC, then all those 26 weeks leaves will be provided by ESIC. Otherwise, principal employer will be liable to provide this benefit. And last is, if suppose we fail to fulfill all these requirements anywhere, and if suppose employee is leaving the organization because of any dispute, then that act called ID Act, Industrial Dispute Act, which makes justice for employee and employer both. It doesn't mean that only employee will get benefit. If really employee is not right, he conduct any misbehave or any out of the policy which he accept in his offer letter, then yes, employee will get penalized. But at the same time, if employee is not getting their rights, they can approach to the concerned competent authority and they will get the benefit. So these were the things about the labor laws. Now the question is coming that to comply with labor laws, how to comply? Government has made a rule by the name of statutory compliance. So I would just like to know the view of a few of my seniors, respected people, how to comply, how to ensure that, yes, we are fully compliant. What should be the criteria? Anyone's views? Yes, Mike, please.
Hi. There are 2-3 things. First is your minimum wages, which is the most questionable part everywhere in salary structure. So what we can do in salary structure, like to vendor, we can allow them to propose a salary structure which is little bit higher in minimum wages or average for the year or 2 years, whatever contract we have. So the vendor can keep some amount from that minimum wages at starting phase, and in second phase he can pay from that savings. So the minimum wage can go as a compliant part in this thing.
Thank you. Anyone else views,
And
please?
second, sorry sir.
Yeah.
Second is the compliance checks. Everyone has the checklist to comply, check the compliance of a vendor or something. So that should be followed. And okay, there are checklists, but that is not being followed by most of the times.
Yeah. Anyone else views, please?
Thank you. I think there are two main things. One is you need to create awareness, and second thing, most important, is the intent of the organization to comply with all the relevant compliances that are there.
Great. Anyone else? Please.
Thank you. Maybe the work order for different third-party agencies should be as a part of the compliance agency who is handling the compliance report. And there has to be a timeline of the report getting back to our office, say within a TAT of 7 days maximum, so that in order to make the timely payments and process it further. It can't be just with the agency, compliance agencies for more than 7, 8, 10 days or so on. And there is definitely a compliance on the overtime scheduling, which is a major component because other than the basic structure, salary structure, overtime varies as per the different functions. So these are few that, and like what rest other mentioned earlier.
Great. Anyone else? Please.
Hello, I am Muni Yadav from ACE Facility, Delhi. Given the multiple acts one has to follow or comply, I think it is very difficult. It is not only the act which you mentioned, but there will be other act like Employment Exchange Act and POS Act like this. So it is only awareness on the part of service provider as well as to the client which can help to achieve this.
Very true, very true. So, thank you very much for all of your views. Jesse, there are three types of compliance. One is establishment compliance, which covers all of like employment exchange, PF, PT, ESIC, shops and establishment, to ensure that yes, if any facility is going to start, then we need to ensure that all documents, all certifications, all licenses are in place. That falls under establishment compliances. Another compliances is people compliances, which covers your PF, ESIC wages of the people who got deployed and who are working in that facility. And the third compliance is very important compliances, which is CLCS, Contract Labor Compliance Services, for which we are gathering here, and all our leading agencies are there, like Tenon, then Compass, and other agencies are there. So contract labor compliance services need to follow the same compliances, what are compliances are being followed by the principal employer. And on the basis of my 20 plus years experience, I have made a full form of compliances, which call confirmation of multi-purpose liabilities by intelligence auditors and nominated compliance executives. It's a vice versa. It's not a one side. If suppose principal employer will say, yes, I'm not going to listen the agency or the business partner, I want anyhow they need to comply, and if they will not cooperate or coordinate, or the designated person like me, they will not coordinate with the agency, it will be very difficult, trust me, to comply with. Statutory compliance cannot be fulfilled only by holding the invoices or showing that, yes, I am the representative of the principal employer. It's need to understand the pain areas of the agency as well as service providers. Where are the pain areas, and accordingly we need to work. For that, it's very important to ensure when they are competing for the RFP, because when any agency is competing for the RFP, every terms and conditions, all SOWs and everything is being provided by the principal employer, which get agreed by the service provider after having multiple visits to the organizations to understand their requirement, whether this is for manpower, whether this is for compliances, whether this is for operations. And at the same time, we need to ensure that the terminology of agreement should be very crisp and clear, not by saying that you will have to comply with statutory requirement. The cost sheet should be clear, their payment date should be clear, by what date they are paying to their employees. All these things are very important to take care of by the principal employer and support to the agencies. Otherwise, it will be very difficult, and every time there will be gap, you will start to hold the payment. And once the time will come when agency will also say, sir, you are holding my X amount, from where I will pay the salary. So there should be a proper process. Yes, if there is something non-compliance, we should give them some 2-3 months chances. Yes, because of some genuine reason. And after that, there should be a monthly proper monthly audit. And in that audit, everything should be captured properly as per the checklist. What should be the checklist? Checklist should be like which should start from your contract agreement. After that, number of resources, whatever wages, monthly wage register, approved attendance register. Because without approved attendance register, if you will start to, or if you want that agency need to provide the compliance requirement, all agencies cannot be equal and cannot be 100% compliance like all these leading agencies. There are systems to sub-lease the services where subcontractors start to play around with all those documents. So every month there should be a proper audit, and on the basis of audit report, whatever invoices should be there, invoices should get accepted and processed for the payment. If there is any gaps, then yes, audit should be properly in 2 to 3 ways. Like first audit should be, there should be a, draft audit report should be shared by the, with the vendors or the service providers. On the basis of draft audit report, if there is any gap, then service providers need to fulfill that gap by providing the pending set of document or the justifications or clarifications. And after that, on the basis of that report, invoices should get processed. But invoices should never get on hold because it makes problem for both the sides. So these were the things about the, labor law and statutory compliances. There are so many other things like, by going deeper and deeper where, to check the sections, act. And why do we do this? We should ensure that, by having a monthly compliance audit or quarterly compliance audit, we should be rest assured whenever there will be any external or internal audit, then yes, everything will be on the place. Or there will be any inspections, then all documents and everything will be on place. So these were the thing about the statutory compliances. Any queries from anyone, please? Please.
Okay, I was talking about the housekeepers who leave the companies, after taking the salaries. So they are already having a new uniform which must have been, issued 15 days ago or 2 months ago, and they just take that uniform away. So there is a cost involved. And if I deduct that value from his FNF, then it is shown as considered as a non-compliance. How do I,
To be very honest, if you are making it process in the agreement, if any of our employee will leave their job within 6 months of time, the uniform charges will get deducted. Or if you are deducting uniform charges from his first salary, it should be in form of reimbursement that yes, if they are completing 6 months or 1 year, it will get reimbursement.
So you're telling me I can deduct it from his salary?
It should be documented. It should be documented because there is a genuine reason. If you are deploying 100, housekeeping guys, out of 100 housekeeping guys, every month 20 housekeeping guys are running away because of 200, 500 rupees salary. Then from where you will run your service. So if it is documented, no one can challenge you.
No, but even if I'm taking it, in the agreement, and if I'm deducting it from the salary, there is an auditor who's always saying you cannot deduct it from salary.
So when you are confirming in agreement, it will be reimbursement. If employee will continue up to 6 months, auditor can never challenge you.
So I can continue
Exactly.
what you
but
just
you
mentioned.
should have a proper proof that employee has worked only for
Correct.
2 months at this site.
Right. Thank you.
Welcome.
So there is one follow-up question on this. I had a conversation around it where somebody said that if you are holding money, then as a responsible business alliance, you are actually encouraging bonded labor. So I mean, it actually goes both ways, quite frankly. It's not that simple, isn't it?
No, you see, you are not going to hold the money. You are going to hold the money because of some reason, which is a genuine reason. And attrition is a big challenge in today's date in service industry, which I face. Being as a compliance head, every month I face that 15 to 20% employees are not being paid, because of all those deductions, which is mainly the uniform deductions.
No, I understand. Just one aspect
Yeah.
I wanted to highlight. Maybe we can discuss later. Yeah? Thank
No,
you.
Sure. Thanks.
Hello.
Yeah.
So this is Vilas. So now I'm from ACG World. My question is regarding gratuity. So there are two popular ways of deducting it. Few companies deduct it on a monthly basis, and few companies deduct it when the employee leaves. So in both these cases, if we are paying at the last day, the last working salary divided by 15 days, so the employee gets more amount as a gratuity. And if we are deducting from the day one, then he gets less amount. So what is the correct way and what is the legal way?
The correct way is as per the last drawn basic wages. And when you are deducting from day one onwards, it means you are forecasting that amount. So you can keep that amount, and even gratuity is a part of CTC, cost to the company. There are so many wages. When you will see employees getting an offer letter and their monthly salary is 50,000, but how much they are getting? They are getting hardly 42,000. So is there 8,000 rupees of reduction, statutory reductions? No. Apart from, gratuity, there are principal employers, PF deductions, CSIC deductions, which is not being shown in their offer letter. But yes, that is the actual statutory deduction. Keeping in view to CTC, that's why it's called cost to the company.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much, sir. I do understand that we would have, enjoyed a lot many more questions. I'm afraid we're out of time, which is why we could not take any more. I'm sure we'll get more opportunities to connect with sir. And our next session will also give us a lot many opportunities to really get to know what is trending in our industry. Yes, indeed. Our next segment will talk about trend to reality, best practices for smart energy management. And that is something that we are all talking about today. How is it that we can keep energy in the mind? How is it that we can think about the environment as well? How is it that we can put all the resources available to the best? So may I request all of you to please be set as we are about to welcome on stage our panelists. But before I invite them here on stage, I'd like to encourage all of you to please head to your social media platforms, share with the world what we're discussing right here, join the conversation on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook. Please do remember to tag us using our hashtag, and we will be announcing two very special winners who will be presented with some interesting goodies in just a little bit. So I'd like to request you, if you want to join in the conversation, now's the time. All you have to do is add on what you think, any caption. You can take a picture, post it online, but please do tag us. As we look forward to bringing to you our next segment, and as we set the stage for just that, let me extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Dushyant Ahuja, Vice President, Asset Management, Tata Realty and Infrastructure. Let's hear a round of applause as I present to you Mr. Siddhant Kachru, Chief Executive Officer, Maintenance, House and Home and Facilities Management. May I present to you Architect Tanmay Ashok Khare, Head Administration and HR, Pidilite Industries. A very warm welcome to Mr. Sanjay Pai, Vice President, Facilities, Larsen and Toubro. I thought we promised to welcome them with applauses. Thank you. You're a very kind audience. Let me present to you our session chair, Mr. Prashant Mittal, Senior Associate Director, Global Workplace Solutions, CBRE. And let's look forward to this interesting conversation.
Thanks, Isha. Thanks for the introductions. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll straight away get to the point because we are a little short on time. So the most important fact that I came through when I was doing a research for this topic was that any panel discussion which is held within 30 minutes of lunch being served has a very deep sleep-inducing effect on the audience. So if you guys sleep or doze off, not your fault. We, the panelists, will take the, will be guilty as charged. Okay, jokes apart, very important and a very relevant topic, that is trend to reality, best practices for smart energy management. Just to set the context, I would like you to think about Chandrayaan-3, a mission which we are all proud of. We landed on the far side of the moon, and it's a classic example of the best use of energy or energy management. Our scientists use the potential energy of the Earth's gravitational force and the kinetic energy of the thrusters because not that they wanted to prove a point, but the resource or the energy was scarce, and they managed to do it. Taking the simile to where we are, the real estate sector world over uses 40% or is responsible for the 40% of greenhouse emissions, out of which today Manisha's presentation told us that 22% is in India, right? So it's not far that we being the signatories to, or India being the signatories to the Paris Accord on climate change, very soon, like what Santosh covered, we are looking at statutory compliances towards energy and ESG. And the only thing that can save us is using the latest trending technology to monitor this. Ashish brought out a very important point today. That was about the behavioral change, and we all pitching that. But when you have to pitch something, you need to have some concrete data. And this data will only come when we start measuring. And today, one of the biggest gaps that we have is about our energy management measures. Though we have a lot of tools like Internet of Things, we have smart BMSs, we have HVAC monitoring systems. But the fact is, where is that data going? So that also brings us to the thing that we would have to analyze this data and make sure that the energy management is taken care of. So without further ado, I would now pose questions to my distinguished panelists with the great experience in the field to help us know what best we can do for smart energy management. So I'll start with Dushyant from the far side. Dushyant, in your experience, what do you think are the latest trending technologies, tools, or things that can be, introduced or are being used today for energy management?
Thanks, Prashant. So if we look at the latest trending technologies right now, I mean, things that come to mind, IoT, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and all these are really buzzwords. But what will really make the difference to the ground reality is measuring everything that we have. Because I am a firm believer that if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. So the first thing that you need to measure is your energy. So energy meters are the most basic things that you need to put across all your assets. So for your chillers, for your pumps, for your cooling towers, everything needs to be metered separately. And that's where you start off with the journey. But of course, newer technologies, IoT, AI, ML are coming up. And that is the future around.
Right. Dr. Pai, if you remember, during our discussions before this, you had talked about a certain tool being developed at L&T, which is being used. Could you just throw some light on that?
Luckily, from the organizational level, we are working on sustainability technology quite early, before the mandate came into effect. From the regional wise, from the FM perspective, we were lucky because this business tower was always called as a smart tower. So we, in-house, we still have 3 companies who are into IT. So we have an in-house app which was developed and servicing 24 verticals of services related to FM. So the first ticket area, what we thought of was energy, which was, outgo was quite huge on that. So like my counter fellow said, monitoring is very important, and after that analyzing if there is some gaps which can be filled in. Of course, everything jargon goes here and there. Unless there is a bottom line saving or something substantial which is visible, incorporation is very difficult, So I'll share one small case study. We incorporated open access in our energy sector because outgo was quite huge on that. Let me tell you, in 11 months, we are now on an average of almost 72% flowing in from alternate energy, and quite saving of almost, if I tell you in figures, it's somewhere around 4.5–5 crores. So, of course, open access is not, it is with some riders. Currently, it is people with consumption of 1 megawatt. Down the line in 22, Ministry of Power has said that 100 kb will be eligible to incorporate that. But the state has yet to incorporate the notification which is already sanctioned in 22. So down the line, I'm saying by incorporating that, you are diminishing the civil load on your terrace, maintenance and other things, and you are eligible to buy solar, wind, or any other alternative energy which is flowing in.
Right, sir. Siddhant, coming to you, you specialize in research, in this field of energy management system. So could you just throw some light on what are the latest trends that would come up in future, or how IoT or artificial intelligence, is there some any concrete tools that are coming in, and how can we utilize them?
So as of now, we are sort of using multiple systems when we operate infrastructure for multiple municipalities, mostly government clients, where we're using already existing technologies, really. So this is simply, street lights being activated at the right time, lighting sensors being installed in those places, and those are all coordinating with each other, command control module systems being installed. So this is just good use of existing technology, which is helping us to give end municipalities a good result. In terms of up and coming technologies for energy management, I think remote sensing should play a good role going forward, because that is how buildings will be able to save more of energy going forward.
Right. And I also think incorporation of design, so something which I read about is light harvesting. You know, in design concept only, you design your office in such a way that if there's sunshine, there is no lighting, and that's where I think
Yeah,
you know,
correct.
we can-
Even all the way from the retail design going on to actual equipment purchases at facilities, as long as buildings are designed well, they will use lesser energy. As long as we are able to use more of light, more directional light in day, you will have lesser bills for lighting. As long as buildings are insulated very well, you will have lesser load of HVAC. As long as HVAC systems are designed well, you will have lesser load of HVAC as well. So of course, everything is in the design, and then execution becomes everything once everything is installed.
right. Tanmay, we've heard about you know.
Just to tell you,
yes, sorry.
the biggest example of light electricity is T2, which was built by L&T. So it was worked on that concept of saving of energy and using of natural light.
I think that's the key that you know, we incorporate into design stage. Tanmay, coming to you, so now we know what is to be done. It's happening. What Dushyant covered was measurement. Now, how do you think that this measurement can be used with big data or data analytics, and what would come out of it, which would help us to, you know, have better systems coming in?
See, first and foremost is we got it right. The planning stage is where we intend to push our brains more. Because if the planning is right, there will be less machine interference. Yeah, because mark this is very important. The more the machine interference, the more is the consumption. Yeah, so on those plans, if you have a better planning at the initial stage, wherein you said a concept called sunlight harvesting. Yeah, very less people do it. I keep saying this always, we have a bad habit of following the West. You see the glass facades, they are logically not for us precisely. And then comes the cost-cutting parameters. So there, then you go in for double skin, glass facades, your HVAC loads are increased, you need insulation, and so on and so forth. Now, when it comes on data, we recently had a BMS POC run for one of our premises, 1.5 lakh square feet standalone building. And it was a reciprocation of the existing infrastructure that we had, wherein we clearly had few critical points which were a sort of eye-opener for us. First is pure planning. Yeah, and that is where we generally, intentionally, unintentionally, we go wrong. So right from your facades to how you plan your workstations or the seating systems across, the minimal number of cabins or the vertical barriers that you create, the more the light restriction, the more the early usage of light. You know, so generally our premises are up by 7:38. So our housekeeping staff, they are generally by 7:15. And from there itself, the entire floor is illuminated, which is logically not the requirement. So there was the data which clearly gave us the insights. Certain areas we intend to have sensors which are mandatory. Yep. So precisely for our parkings, for our common areas, for our conference rooms, we are now having a better management in terms of the lighting system, in terms of the HVACs, also not forgetting the indoor air quality, because we intend to have a better indoor quality, and that is where we are also struggling. Even I'm not sure what is the air quality that we are into right now, but it plays a very, very important role in terms of the performance of the employees. So when it comes on data analytics, it is first of all the fear that we should keep aside, because we generally have a fear on audits. So audit is a perspective which has given us a more confidence to face the facts and not the faults.
Right. Yeah. So that's there to keep the fear away. Start measuring. of course, before the compliance is set in. So, Dishit, your thought process on how stringent should the regulation be? So currently, the energy management falls under self-regulation. But what are your thoughts? Should we go into stringent regulation? And if so, what timeframes are we looking at?
I think regulation, when it comes down to being stringent, I am of the opinion that it should be guidelines that are stringent rather than regulations. It's more a person. People will always find ways and means to get around regulations. But if it's a guideline and people really understand what the effect is and what the advantage is, it'll help. So, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that glass facades are not for India, because that's something that I need to educate my clients almost on a daily basis. I think one of the presentations today mentioned that green buildings have a savings of over 20%. And the fact is, a well-designed green building can have savings of over 40%. And I have proof of that. We've been certified to have 40% less energy in our buildings because they have been designed from scratch to have solar passive design, to have the right kinds of insulation, the right orientation, and that's how it matters. I mean, guidelines is guidelines, and I think even pressure from investors and clients is what will push this thing. It's not a regulation that will push for savings.
Right. So, Dr. Bail, what we've been hearing till now is that, things have to change, designs have to change, sensors need to come in. This seems to be a lot of investment. Now, you've had a case study, proven case study, where there has been savings. But any comments on, how to convince the senior management or the financial, powers to release this capex? So, any roadmap? Because that's where I think the hurdle will come in. That to the cost pressures, one is that managing energy, to reduce pressures, cost pressures, you're investing now. So how do you think we should overcome that hurdle?
See, like country has promised few net zero and sustainable things across. We as an organization are also working 360-degree on various parameters, including carbon footprint on travel, bus, rail, air, whatever. We have created dashboards. It's on UAT stage now, and then it will be rolled out to a few customers, I think so. So the question is quite simple. When you incorporate anything in any large organization, you have to satisfy the various stakeholders, whether it is SSE, audit, HR, FM, and finance. Now each one in that parameters will have a different questions. So you should have a proper diagnosis of what to answer, and bottom line, the CFO will look at from a bottom line of savings, HR will look from a processes, and there are various parameters each one will look into. So you should have a satisfying answers to all that things, and that will only come through measurements. Like what we have incorporated is we get in each day, the next day you get a dashboard, one pager, which tells you everything on consumption of water, inlet, outlet, power consumption for the day, what events was held, who were the visitors, how many employees were there, what was the waste in cafeteria, what is the generation of wet waste. So all these things gives you analysis to where the gap is and what to be done. We have got away with plastics because we are a LEED certified this thing. We went through an ISO model for facility management. So all these things only comes after awareness. So we, in all our LCD screens, we display that suppose there is a 125 kg of waste today. We say that that can feed almost 75 people. So that awareness is also, and this safety, this sustainability, and all this consciousness is everyone's business. It's not one person or an admin's business. It has to come within. Now, down the line, there will be restrictions on sustainability accounting, maybe down the line in 3 years it will come. So just like statutory compliances on gratuity and pay and all, this will also be coming soon. So before that, let's have a conscious, and we should make awareness for each employee to do whatever he is supposed to do. So at least from the admin perspective, I think that awareness is a must. And small efforts create a lot of savings. I'll tell you, we are a tower of 15 floors. The housekeeping were everywhere after office hours cleaning. So the lights were on till 12 o'clock. While traveling on the road, you see all lights up, you see no employees there. So we said, you start from the 15th floor and come down. So one floor was off. So that small things, which doesn't require any capex or a budget. But the process has to be changed and where the cost is improved. So bottom line is every unit saved is every penny earned. So that's how it is.
Right. Siddhant, this we're talking, so there are a lot of small occupiers, something. So one is awareness, one is the best practices. As a consultant, if you were to advise small occupiers who have offices, say 50,000 to a lakh square feet or smaller, what would you kind of advise them in terms of energy management? Because they would have lesser budgets for managing energy. So what kind of advice would you give them, or what kind of a recommendation would you give them? And after this, I'll just take inputs from all on this question.
I think for smaller facilities, you design better and then you ensure that your primary and secondary operation objectives are met. Primary meaning your equipment is operating at the expected level, and then you keep monitoring that and ensure that whatever needs to be replaced is replaced on time, so that you don't end up spending more on operation than maintaining it itself.
Dushyant, your views on this?
I think we really need to look at analyzing the data as well. So we have a command center right now in place, which builds in all the data that comes in, and it helps us really schedule our HVAC. It helps us manage everything so that the costs really come down rather than going up. And that's what we need to really bring up to management as well.
Yes, Tanmay.
So precisely as he said, data hai, karna kya hai? What is the thing, what is the extract that you want from the data is where the intention comes from. People just have dashboards, they ignore it. We recently had one behavioral analysis done out of this data. What is the type of visitors that are coming to our campus on peak hours? Yeah, wherein what was the intention? So the ask was, how can we enhance the experience of the visitors coming to our campus? Be it in terms of the hospitality, be it in terms of getting to the XYZ meeting room or the conference room in the campus. That intention itself gave us the very basic answers on what were the lags at our end. So we did not have any audit. We did not have any third party to pinpoint, was this is going right, this is going wrong. But it was precisely the intention of analyzing the data. So that right intention and an acceptability to change, because our biggest problem in life is hum log change jaldi digest nahi karte. It is something which is not my cup of tea types. But that intention and that ability to bring in that change, that is the crux, and that will solve.
So right, so awareness, measuring, and managing change would come in. So now I know Isha we have got 2 minutes. So Isha, can we take some questions, or we'll have some time for questions after this? So 2 minutes. Any questions, please? I'll think there'll be only 2 questions. Yes, please.
Hi, my name's Arun with Rakana.
You could direct your question either to the panel or someone in specific if you want to.
Would you allow me 30 seconds to give you a context of what I'm going to ask?
If you could just keep it very short, because we're really running short of time.
Sure. See, when we talk about savings in real estate or facility management, we work across verticals, from QSR to retail to banking. Once you start emphasizing on savings in rupees, then you get yourself into trouble. It's not about reducing consumption, it's about optimizing and improving efficiency. You have to be efficient in units. So based on that, what I feel, what we have seen with customers is that things break down after the customer has got all the GAN, all the data analytics, all the reports. Like a gentleman from L&T mentioned, you get the one-pager dashboard. Believe me, nothing happens after that. And that's what customer is saying, that do something, make that change happen for me. So as practitioners in facility management or energy management, we have to go from GAN to intervention and implementation. Now, quick comment on how really, what we have seen, how energy efficiency works, is it's not by switching lights off alone or turning the air conditioner to 25. It really relates to 4 or 5 things, like safety issues, SOP compliance, resource utilization. When you manage all that, energy efficiency automatically happens. So my question is, what are the panel's view on focusing on that bottom-up change versus top-down change?
No, just I'll tell you about this dashboard. And you're right. If dashboard is only for seeing, it doesn't make sense. You have to implement. We have a BMS room. We monitor what are the major complaints, which trend analysis, and we have internal audit which evaluates from 4 compartments. One is operations, systems, processes, and payments. So that report, it goes up to the highest in the organization. So it has red, amber, and green, okay? So each businesses are very conscious about what they are doing. Like what you said is, this dashboard evaluation is done every 15 days, which is documented. The trend analysis on the BMS reports, what are the maximum complaints which has come. This all depends not on people who have complained to BMS, but on a survey model also, where the maximum, in fact, the maximum what was saying is, my room is chilled or it is not chilled. So that was one of the things which comes up. So we work on those. So you're right. Yeah, unless the data analyst and then implementation, it's very important.
Right. One last question, gentleman there. Yes, please.
Can we speak? Can we speak? So this question is, from facility management team. So the facility management team does all the things like sustainability we discussed. We discussed about energy management. We discussed about cost reduction, everything. But the problem for facility management team is, like the employer thinks that it's a cost center. The team is the cost center. And tenants do not respect so much to these facility management team. So this is the force which is managing everything, sustainability, cost reduction, everything. So how do you deal this thing?
First of all, get out of the myth. We are not a cost center, we are a revenue center. Because unless and until you don't feel that you are a revenue center, you will not be in a position to convince your management. Obviously, getting into FM, be it your soft service or hard service, it is the initiatives that you take and the way you project them. We had a panel discussion on cost and quality. So logically, quality comes at a cost, and cost will never come with quality. That is what I have experienced and I propagate precisely. Now, when it comes on revenue is not always on kitna bachaya. Revenue is also on how you contribute towards factors like how good are your employees engaged, what is the attrition rate, because we play a major role in making sure that the employees are in their best productive moods, at least for 4 hours out of the 8 hours that they are in the offices. So I request you to get out of this traditional ideology of we being a cost center. We are not spending cost ghar ke liye. We are doing it for a brand, we are doing it for a company. And it is the right way you project, and for projecting it, you will have to make sure that you represent the FM vertical, the admin vertical in the boardroom. So gear up. Once you have that, representation, definitely this myth will go on.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, our time's up, and one thing is there that I think the panel did a good job. I didn't see anyone dozing off, so I think my research was wrong. But once again, I thank the esteemed panelists for providing us such insightful thoughts on the topic. All I want to do or close the panel is that we are together in this journey, whether be the service provider or the client side, the developer or the occupier. It's something that is for the planet and for the future. So let's take this journey together. Thank you very much.
From my counterparts, I would like to thank you for moderating it well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Mittal, for bringing such fantastic thoughts together and also for adding all that wit and humor. A round of applause for him for moderating the session, and of course for all our speakers for really putting together this very special panel discussion. And I would once again like to remind all our audience members that we are looking forward to seeing your updates on your social media handles. Please do join the conversation on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook. All you've got to do is tag us at ETEdge, and also please do use the hashtag ETSFM. And as we do that, in the next half an hour or so, I will be announcing the winners who posted pictures, interesting captions, what they think of the theme, and any element that you add, we will have some special gifts for you. But before that, today, we are all a lot more conscious about our sustainability goals. Today, our clients also want to make sure that they are meeting and matching up what is the real drive towards net zero. All this and more will be touched upon in our next segment, the Fireside Chat on achieving ESG objectives and sustainability facility management drive towards net zero. May I extend a very warm welcome to all our speakers. A round of applause as I present to you Lieutenant Commander Kushal Singh, Director, Corporate Social Responsibility and Sustainability, Electronic Sourcing, Merck KGAA. Thank you so very much, sir, for being here. May I present to you Mr. Tushar Saxena, Vice President and Head Client Solution, 10 on FM. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Saxena. May I also present to you Mr. Rajiv Sharma, Head, Workplace Management, NICA. A round of applause, double the applauses. He's going to share some nice gift vouchers with us. Let me extend a warm welcome to Mr. Mrityunjay Goswami, Head City Operations, Lavasa Corporation Limited. A round of applause as I present to you our session chair, Dr. Shakti Chauhan, Country Head Facility Management, 32nd. Thank you so very much, sir, for your presence. And as we look forward to this segment, I assure our audience members that right after this, we will have an open house for all of you all, so let the questions continue. Gentlemen, all yours.
Yeah, working? Good afternoon, everyone. The task is tougher now from the last panel. But I think sincerely, the kind of work the last panel did, they definitely deserves bigger round of applause. Can I request each one of you to put at least 10 seconds of clapping? 10 seconds, each one of you. Now, I just want to awake everyone as well before we start. Okay. I think ESG sometimes is as important as the panel is. I think we are maybe not the last, but maybe the second last in how we design our executive and board objectives. And this is what brings in sometimes the seriousness we work as an organization. Sometimes it is we want to have more investment. Sometimes we want to look green or a company which is balanced in terms of how they're growing. Or sometimes, maybe someone as our stakeholders are forcing us to, sort of change to the best practices on ESG. So here comes, I think, looking at the panel here, both the side, overall, at least about, 100 plus years of experience. I'm not sure when did we hear ESG first, but it's been almost 10, 12 years that we started hearing it. The news is it was never forever. It only started in 2005 when people started using this keyword as ESG. I don't need to explain ESG for sure. But then I think it is about just not only on sustainability. It is just not about normally people think that CSR part of it. It is only not about your energy management, but it is a wholesome understanding about any organization aligning their goals into like what they want to achieve on moving into the net zero. I think the three P's of ESG, which are most important part, are people, planet, and profit. And it cannot be equally or one focused more than the other. It has to be equally, sort of driven with utmost sincerity by either you want to have a top-down approach or a bottom-up approach. But it has to be owned by, each organization's leadership team. Let me start. I'm sure the another problem here is that we are also being curtailed about that 15 minutes of the total discussion. So maybe we'll have to keep it very, very sharp. And let me move to someone who's been reporting and doing a lot of compliance. Kushal, what do you understand by that overall ESG reporting? What are the things you feel are important, and now even our government is also kind of emphasizing putting it part of the overall strategy and driving it through different organizations?
Thank you, Shakti. I think you already said about what ESG and how much we know about ESG actually. So most of the times, kind of we confuse ourselves, and we only talk about one odd aspect. Maybe either we talk about environment, or we talk about social, or sometimes about governance. But overall, I think it's a much, much wider topic, and we cannot only just cover one and say, oh, the rest all is taken care of. I think in terms of statutory requirements, one gentleman or one speaker already covered on a couple of requirements already, and ESG being such a wider topic, it's not unfortunately covered through one single legislation. There are different kind of regulations. You talk about Shops and Establishment Act, you talk about Factories Act, you talk about Air Act, which is specifically about prevention of pollution, etc. But I think sometimes in 2011-12, SEBI came out with some kind of mandate which said that all those top 100 listed companies in terms of market capitalization, they need to do something called business responsibility report. So that was the mandate first time, I think, which came as a kind of regulation or statutory requirement. I think prior to that, there was nothing existing which specifically talk about ESG as such. There were, of course, as I said, there were different regulations which were in force earlier, but only covering one aspect or the other and not ESG as a whole. Even this one was also only talking about non-financial aspects and not the complete spectrum as such. But then finally, I think in 2021-22, SEBI replaced this BRR with something called business responsibility sustainability reporting, which came into force from 22-23, let's say. And they also enhanced the scope in terms of, who all are kind of mandated to do it. So all top 1,000 companies or entities which are listed companies like the SEBI or at the stock exchange, they by default need to, report this on an annual basis, basically. And this was done basically just to, just in the background of maybe, a lot of global concerns about, let's say, India not really following, certain guidelines, maybe on child labor aspects or many other social aspects, for example, and also in line with sustainability development goals, which is a kind of mandate. Someone also spoke about this Paris Agreement, for example. So I think that's the regulatory requirement. But Shakti, as we were discussing briefly earlier, so simply having some kind of regulations and not having a kind of mindset change will not really bring any results forward. So I think having that kind of ecosystem or changing that mindset would play a very, very key role to make sure that, and also to bring in the net zero aspect, because you spoke about net zero. So that's like, as every one of you knows, that India has a very, very ambitious target of becoming or achieving net zero targets by 2070. And that can only be achieved if all of us individually also have much more stronger and stringent targets, basically, to achieve net zero. So that's what I would say.
Great. So I think, as he just added, and I just want to explain a bit more on social, it is just not those 3 P which I said, people, planet, and profit. I think I will add 2 more, which is peace and partnership. And when it says social, is just not about the society. It is about every person around us, giving that sort of a freedom of that, even that talking about the psychological safety of people and all different aspects related to the society and the other part. Let me move to MG. Mrityunjay, yes, of course. What is need to sort of explore more greener technology and use energy efficient equipments? I think this someone just mentioned operating with the energy or sustainability is like 20% saving. Designing is 40% saving. But then can we sort of move to the next level? Is that 24/7 thinking about ESG overall, not just one part of sustainability. So over to you, MJ.
See, my previous panelist also told the same thing, that involvement of the people is very, very much important. I'm not going to very deep into the technical point of view because technically lot of development is happening. Let us take very basic practices which needs to be done as an ESG. So I'll take the E and G. Now, environmentally, you know that TOR, terms of reference, everybody, we have to submit and take the approval, and we are declaring everything on that. Zero discharge of water, zero discharge of garbage, and then electricity savings. All these things are written nicely, approval you are getting, and after the approval, and then there is no monitoring system. Now tell me, the zero discharge of water means enter all the water meters. Suppose you have 7 buildings, or I am talking about a city perspectives. Now all things has to be taken in one place. And then everyday basis, you will monitor, because you have already given a commitment that you will replenish with your treated water for HBSE or horticulture or construction purposes. So this is one. It could be done. It is possible. Okay. Similar way, the lighting fixtures and all these things, the street lights, smart street lights, okay. Earlier it is your lighting detection register. Now it is a IoT-based moving detector. So LED, this will save a lot of things. First thing is that we need to have a culture, a practice on that. Let us start from the construction phase itself. Now we have given a commitment, the topsoil, which is a biomass, and it takes 200 years to create, and it is almost, say, by 1.5 meter to 2 meters. Just excavate it, take it, somewhere put it. But it is not there. It is given a commitment that it will be taken, it will be placed somewhere in the denuded places, or say by for horticulture purposes or your landscaping purposes. Are we doing that? Very basic things. So from here, now the designing phase, all the building has to be photovoltaic, HVAC, and all these things will come. This is the technology is developing based on that. But the designing phase, if it is taken, the cost will be reduced, number one. The compliance for ESG will be very easy. It will give you a lot of easiness. If the designing phase is not there, if it is not there, now if my facility team, if they are telling that now I have to put a meter everywhere, smart meter, okay, for electricity also, it is not given earlier. Now, it is not possible at this moment. But if you are doing, then you have to do manually. Put people every day, take the meter reading and everything. So this is
absolutely
perspective.
Agree. In fact, especially someone who's managing Lavasa now and the way the project came up, and I'm sure we can always hear your inside voice as well, MG. Over to Rajiv. How do you feel that the sustainable sourcing plays a role in terms of overall ESG? And something just elaborate on further in terms of how you are adopting it further on NICA and this kind of a new startup.
Thank you, Sakti. Good afternoon, everyone. So ESG, I think we all know it's a new word, and we are still learning what it is. And I'm the one who just filed the ESG report this year for NICA, and definitely it will be in public. So when we do like a complete homework, and we understand that how, as an organization, we are going to add negative value onto the carbon footprint, vendors are going to play a major role here. And if we'll talk about the sustainable sourcing, there are two major concepts. One is we as an organization source a lot of things from the outside market and sell it into the market. So that is my supply chain thing. The second is my procurement, procure a lot of things for us to consume. So the first concept is supply chain is my scope 3 kind of emission. But the second concept which we source for our own consumption is my scope 1 and scope 2 kind of responsibility. Again, from the government perspective, scope 1, scope 2 is the mandatory thing. Scope 3 you can look at later on, right? So when in the scope what we are here, like admin and facility management kind of audience here. So when we start, or maybe calling admin and facility management is a too old concept. Now we call ourselves as a workplace managers. Again, there is a very big discussion on that. So when we plan your workplace, so what you do first, you go and look at the space, and you need to evaluate that space from the perspective of complete ESG. So workplace management today is completely getting driven by the ESG perspective. So how the new space, what you are sourcing is efficient from the light perspective, from the discharge perspective, what all sources and supports are there, is going to help you to design a good workplace. If you are going to have like 100 square feet area and you are going to put a 5-ton AC, will it be right? Definitely no. So right set of designing, what is your need? What is your DNA, right? We are close to more than 150 people or 200 people here. Everyone has a different DNA. One side of solution is not going to help each and everyone, right? So first of all, you understand who you are and what you do and what kind of activity you are going to run from that kind of space. Design appropriately, keeping all your ESG parameters in mind. ESG is not only like energy. It is your social. Social is your employee. Yeah, what you are considering from the employee perspective there, how they are going to be more productive, and how your governance framework is going to be implemented here. A lot of people are talking about environment and social, but the governance is a major role which is driven by the organization from top down kind of thing. And a good organization and bad organizations are defined with a good governance and bad governance. We all know. So when you are going to have a like supplier or partner, maybe it is a space supplier, it is a partner who is going to design, a partner who is going to deliver the material for you to build, or a partner who is going to deliver services to you, or maybe the consumables to you to run that workplace, you need to look at and do a comparison. It is not only a cost. Maybe one service you are going to have 100 rupees, the second service is 110 rupees, and third is 90 rupees. So what is the parameter? You are looking at, okay, 10 rupees different between first, second, and third. But what is the outcome and what is the impact? Because we know input versus output, and the impact is something which is very critical. And that impact we record into ESG perspective, right? So what is the impact? How they are going to deliver those services? What kind of components are included? And what is the carbon rating? Like you must have heard recently G20 summit, Mr. Modi, our president invited a lot of guests for the dinner. And for every component, there was what you call, calories. So whether this is good for you or not good for you. So we need to look at that perspective. It is not 10 rupees difference between 1 and 2. There are other components as well. So in our day-to-day routine, we need to start evaluating the outcome, not only from the cost perspective, but from the outcome perspective as well.
Absolutely. So it's not one particular aspect or one particular domain. I think it's a comprehensive approach. First thing that someone has to take an ownership of driving this objective, then designing as per what ESG should look like and what exactly you want to achieve, and then executing those design as MG said. I just want to touch upon, on specific what are the different aspects of ESG. I just want to take a guess from audience. Anyone knows that what are the total number of ESG parameters people work with? Any guesses on the numbers? 13. 17. Not even close. Not even 10%. It's 630 parameters. Over 11,000 organizations have been working and contributing in different ways. So, but I just want Tushar to add some of those parameters in more detail. Tushar, over to you.
Thank you, Shakti. When we talk about parameters, so we were discussing about how sustainable sourcing works, what are the ESG guidelines, and how the governance and reporting mechanism works. A very important part is to understand whenever you are venturing on an ESG strategy or you're doing something for your organization, there are 3 key pillars that determine whether that ESG strategy will be successful or not. The first one is you need to understand your stakeholders. Now, when I say stakeholders, the first question that comes in the mind of any organization, the CFO will come up and say, what is the return on investment? What is it that the investors will look at this at? And what is the time frame wherein we can see an enhancement in our bottom line through this investment? So whenever you're developing an ESG strategy, it's important to have quantifiable, measurable key inputs in place so that you can track your progress and keep changing and maneuvering your processes and systems. The second important parameter or the second important aspect that you need to consider is your clients, which is one of the most important aspects. Now, whenever you switch from a particular product or service to a sustainable product or a sustainable service, it incurs a cost. It might be a CapEx cost, it might be an OpEx cost, but at the end of the day, the last mile user will bear the cost of that service. So for example, if we switch from diesel vehicles to electric vehicles, the cost of the vehicle goes up. And at the end consumer is the one who bears that particular cost. So the willingness to pay aspect needs to be considered when you are, ascertaining whether that ESG strategy needs to be undertaken or not. The third and the last aspect is your supplier aspect. We were just talking about sustainable sourcing, vendors giving you ancillary services. It is very important to understand that these vendors are not just vendors, but they are your business partners. And when you are embarking on a journey of ESG, it is going to be a very long journey. So we need to make sure that our partners are collaboratively working with us, towards us for achieving this journey. There are milestones, and we were talking about in the other panel discussion also, who puts the money on the table. So I think it should be more of a collaborative effort, wherein both the client as well as the the partner works collaboratively towards governing and making a sustainable long-term business model. And one last aspect that we were discussing over the last, I was hearing the conversations that happened, Tanmay also mentioned this. There is a plethora of technology solutions available in the market. The problem today is we are not able to comprehend and understand what fits your purpose. So if you're a manufacturing firm, your technology solution offering should be different. If you are a corporate, it will be different. The easiest way is to understand a technology solution is the ability for the last mile man to understand how it works. You may be able to get a lot of dashboards in place, but unless and until the last mile man punches in the system, he will not be able to adopt that technology. So all these parameters knitted by technology and governance play a vital role when you are embarking on an ESG strategy.
So quick one on the more impact or the benefits of that net zero. Maybe you want to touch upon too.
So when we talk about net zero and what impact does it have, so I feel that once you do these ratings, you improve. The most important aspect is for us to understand that we can work in I shouldn't say this, but we work in a country wherein we work on a push approach rather than a pull approach. So unless there is a mandate for you to publish your ESG score, you will not do it. So only the top 1,000 companies by market cap will publish it. However, the remaining lot of 95% companies have not even started their ESG journey yet. And that is something which is very, very important because the government is tightening its strings it is actually formulating a strategy wherein it encompasses whatever they find out of these 1,000 companies, and then it'll be a mandate like any other company, to publish their ESG score. So it's better to start now than tomorrow. As you go along in the ESG journey, it will give you a return on investment in the long run. So your operational margins will increase. The important aspect is your goodwill in the market will increase. Customer perceptions plays a very, very big role when it comes to the ESG journey. So, for example, when you resonate with Tatas resonate with trust, integrity. Those are two aspects that they're always there. So, for us also, it is important to understand what you would like to resonate yourself with. And that is why this ESG journey is a very, very important aspect that will play a key and vital role in the coming decade.
Super. I think that basically gives a bit of a summary in terms of what we should. So I'll again sort of take you back from how we kind of move to the net zero part. And it is, as I said, all of the panelists have added their expert comments about not emphasizing one part, but taking a wholesome approach, a comprehensive way forward. And it's a way of living, a way of the life, or specifically that organization. I think it is not about one aspect, but it is about 24/7 living those values. When I said 630 parameters, when from 24 hours of our life, I think most of them touch our life every day and multiple times. So I think all those things we need to be really aware enough to take those journey together, I believe. But then at the same time, which I keep saying every time to everyone in every forum when I speak, it depends on the leadership we carry ourselves. I think how impactful we are in terms of bringing those changes. How are we demonstrating to people around us? How are we demonstrating as leader or in the boardroom in terms of bringing in those changes? How powerful, how sincere we are in sort of our behavior, walking the talk to just bring in those sort of changes and bring in that overall sustainable approach to any organization. I think this is what we have all to offer. Knowing the paucity of time and everyone else waiting to speak, we would like to thank each one of you for adding such a privileged comment here, and thank you so much. And thank you everyone for listening to us patiently. Happy to have any question in case someone wants.
We definitely have questions, and may I request for a microphone to be passed on to sir, please? Yes, sir.
Hi, Shakti and Tushar. How you mentioned that there are 635 parameters on which organization need to maintain the ESG compliances. So is there any parameter industry specific as per as the size of the organizations, like as per their capital, as per their employee size, as per their nature of work? So is there any parameter which has been decided by any competent authority, like how Tushar said that later that sooner? Why to wait to start it later? Why not we should start sooner? So if there are 635 parameters, then if we will start right now, then how many parameters will be applicable as per the size of the organizations?
You want to take up? So when we say 635 parameters, we need to understand where these parameters came from. Now, as we know, our Western counterparts are much more mature in terms of ESG. And as ESG came into play, we adopted this approach from the Western culture. Now, there are certain rating agencies that are now operating in the country by the name of EcoVadis and ancillary rating agencies. These parameters were primarily picked up from those rating agencies and how the Western culture functions. But the important aspect is the government, when it formulated the BRSR, so that was the governing authority formulated in the year 2018, wherein they said that, we are going to test this over a period of 3 or 4 years. In 2020, till 21-22, it was voluntary. In 22-23, it became mandatory for the top 1,000 companies. So as I said, what they're trying to do is they're going to filter out the ESG scoring on different parameters. So in the times to come, I think it will be specific to a particular industry. It will be specific to the number of people operating in a particular company. And various other parameters is also going into play. Another very important aspect is, when you talk about these rating agencies, and this is something which is very, very important for us to understand that recently, this is what I've observed, that majority of the MNCs have now started asking for an ESG scorecard or a rating scorecard from a agency. My question is that who validates these agencies? There is nobody who actually validates these agencies. This is another form of this is my personal view, this is a form of another business venture that has cropped up, wherein, these agencies are also making it a mandate to publish the scores. However, there is a take that, these agencies will also be rated. Now there'll be another governing body who will rate these agencies. So we are hopeful that as time moves on, this will become a little more structured in the Indian market, and by 2025-26, we should be able to, formulate a plan.
I think also we already referred to the SEBI mandate, which is VRSR, for example. For us, that's the Bible right now. I think predominantly, as I said, we keep mixing up things. So predominantly, we are talking about E aspect, which is quite specific to the industry. Like it could be different for the banking or financial markets. It could be different for the manufacturing one. And I think the reports or the assessments or the audits, what we are referring to, like EcoBodies or TFS, those kind of audits, they actually, classify and have different set of questions and questionnaires for the specific kind of industry. I'm sure, everything will be
Yes,
industry
you may
specific.
see in future, because as it said, even 630 is not recognized by government India, especially right now. It is from that West market only, and it is in different pieces. Let's say the human factor is not, when we say safety of the workplaces, you talk about the emotional safety part, emotional health part. There are a lot of other things which are cropping up. Now, the government is also getting aware and then adding where all. It could be about human resource or about, sustainable thing and anything. But yes, we are moving towards that bit more awareness, and that's the best part.
But again, Shakti, I think we need to keep this in mind, that the two aspects, which is S and G, that's predominantly going to be the common across all industries. As I said, E could vary because you have different size of the factory, factories or manufacturing operations, etc. Yeah.
Absolutely. And this is a topic we possibly can talk rest of the day, believe me.
This is endless and evolving still.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so very much.
this
We will
Yeah.
pass on the microphone to the lovely lady right there. And I truly
Last
do
question.
hope that we are changing the trend. I would love to see more women join the facilities industry. So to our counterparts, let's hear it up for the women in the hall, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, all yours.
Saving on energy.
The only resources that last are the ones we renew, both outside us and inside us. And I'm curious to know, in this wonderful gathering of senior leaders, what are we doing to build the energy levels of our employee and prevent their burnout? Because that is also sustainability of their energy levels. What policies do we have in place, processes that are put in place? What sensors do we have to monitor, map, audit, improve those? Thank you.
रुलाओगे क्या? So that's
कुछ तो बोलिए.
So I think it's everyone, सभी लोग भरे बैठे हैं यहाँ पर इस. And especially when you choose this field of facility management, there is no 9-hour, 10-hour job. It's 24 into
इसीलिए
7.
तो ये सवाल is more. See, all of us are interested. सबकी
knowingly
आंखों
have
में
not
आंसू
touched.
है.
In general, I think
हाँ.
I got it. I think what
Yes.
she's trying. Maybe I can add a little bit.
Yeah, please.
Interested से invest कैसे होंगे वो बताइए.
So, Doctor, I can tell you, I think this is a huge challenge and responsibility on each and every organization to look at, the health and well-being part, I think, and to keep them engaged and motivated, right? And I think Of course, we can't say that there's a standard benchmark how you should do it, but different companies for sure are doing it in a different way. Like when I spoke about, we keep talking about mental health these days, right? That's something which is very, very important. And I think a lot of organizations are already having some kind of either, consultants or some kind of organizations on board to provide that consultation to their employees, whosoever needs it. Another topic could be, we recently heard about, we generally shy away, talk about these subjects like, LGBTQ and things like that, but that's another way of making sure that people are...
Hold on. So I think the quick answer on this is leadership. As I say, as a leader, we should walk the talk from interested to invested. I think if we do it, we demonstrate, and if we are concerned, if we are sincere about taking these changes and really want to help our people in terms of their energy sustainability of their overall, I think that's the change which will bring. If we feel that we want to demonstrate as a busy looking leaders, who don't have time to speak to their team, I don't think we are creating a great culture in any organization.
Shakti, I just wanted to add on here. So, ma'am, doctor.
मुझे पता था ये बहुत ही sensitive topic है. छेड़ दिया आप लोगों ने. Sorry, Aman.
So we'll get a microphone passed on.
The last question.
So just one information I wanted to share. There's an organization called Arogya World based out of Bangalore. And they are helping audit organization in terms of the workplace practices to support employee welfare, employee diversity, mental health and all that. So they have an audit program which is there to do that audit. I think I'm not going to debate on that. I'm not a subject matter expert on this.
So I take your point. Thank you for the piece of information of who does it. Quick share. Put your hands up if you're auditing it in your company today. A show of hands in this gathering if it's happening. Okay. So, okay. Ha, Kulkarni sahab jawab de.
They both must be from the same
doctor,
company.
Yeah, sorry, Shakti, one thing. Doctor, it's a valid point. What you're talking is right. But do you know what? Currently, India mindset change is happening towards that. It is per se, there are consultants to do it and everything. We as an Indian organization, mindset of that Shakti said leadership, which matters, is something which is there. And that has to come from there. And when it start ever, individual level, leaders are doing their bit of it. But at the organization level or the overall scenario levels, this is new jargon for the industry. Honestly speaking, there is nobody is monitoring or the practicing kind of things, which is the way the safety standards or the OSHA standards, all these are there. This is thing which is there. You are rightly said. You are on the right track. Where question is coming in, it is need of hour, but the industry is yet not getting there. Indian industry is evolving around that. And if you look at, these are the people who is part of that process or are the in that frying pan. The right people which actually kind of, if you personally I say that human resource is no more a human resource for the people. It is for the organizations. Sorry, I'm very blunt, but this is what they are not for people. They are for organization, human resource. And they will give you all these things blunt. And whatever the human touch points, everything is handled by these people sitting in these premises. That is what is the actual scenario.
Thank
so
you,
there is
Makran.
no thanks. That's
and
all.
I wish we can also clap for this lovely lady for initiating this. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Once again, a round of applause. I'm afraid we are out of time for any more thoughts and questions. I'd like to request for the microphones back, please. Thank you so very much for that. If you promise to be brief, sir.
I just wanted to add or give an info. There are companies who are doing this. There is an audit organization which certifies a company for those employees based on their parameters of gauging. It's called Great Place to Work. Okay? So the qualifying criteria is more than 70% into that. And people have failed a year ago
and they have stressed for the gaps which is come in. So employee welfare works on it, and that there is where all the lagunas of late hours or work culture, everything comes into picture.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so very much, sir, for sharing that. And thank you once again to all our panelists, our moderator. But I believe a little change of mood is what I'd like to call for before we move on and really take this evening further. So may I request all of you all to please stand up. Let's have a little bit of fun before I introduce my next segment. Everybody to please stand up. Ma'am did raise a few points which, like she said, it's time for a reality check. A lot of us in our organizations are doing what we would like to create, that change, get that wave in. But before we move on to more serious stuff, before we actually acknowledge brands who are making a conscious effort, contributing to the industry, before we introduce to you leaders who are making a difference, we thought we'll have a little bit of fun. So if you believe that you are a part of a fabulous team, may I request you to raise your right hand, please? Up higher, higher, higher. If you believe you are a fantastic individual, please raise your left hand. Please raise both your hands if you believe you, your personal goals and your organizational goals meet and you actually put together a brilliant team. Please raise both your hands and now put them together for your teams. Okay. Any one of you who can look around and tell me the name of any of your 3 colleagues that you've probably met today for the first time. If you can recall 3 people's names who you have met today for the first time. We've put together peers from the industry. I have a sweet gift for you. Oh, okay, that was interesting, and I'm coming to you. All right, 3 names.
Shakti, Mrityunjay, Rajiv.
And from the panel itself, please do put your hands together there. A very, very smart move. And like I said, I have something sweet. Do you like vanilla?
Everything.
Well, everybody, please do take a seat. I have a very special coffee coming your way. All thanks to Le Café. It is French vanilla. And you have to invite us all over for a nice cup of coffee. But jokes apart, I also did promise some of you all who are active on their social media handles that we will be presenting you a little something if you post, if you share, if you think about what we're really talking today makes a difference, and we'd like to acknowledge them. Do we have Mr. Sanjay Pai, architect Tanmay Ashok Khare around? We have some very interesting posts. May I request you to join us on stage and give us an opportunity to congratulate you with a little something. A round of applause right there as I present you with something green. Thank you so very much. A round of applause for both the gentlemen right here. It's been a pleasure. And here is me actually encouraging many more of you to update more pictures, get a little more active. Don't just look at your smartphones to see the latest WhatsApp message or the email, but do head to your social media networks. We would love to see what you think about the various sessions that we've put together for you. Before I move on and introduce to you our next segment, let me take a moment and thank our partners, our presenting partner, Quest Integrated Facility Management Services, co-powered by Compass Group India, 10 on FM. Let me also thank our strategic partner, PVG, our industry partner, Le Café, our media partners, ABCR News, CEO Insights, News Patrolling, Silicon India, Startup News. A big thank you to our education partner, Bennett University, our insightful partner, ET Edge Insights. And of course, we bring to you this brilliant show conceptualized and executed by ET Edge. Let's hear a round of applause for the team around, please. Thank you. You've been very kind. This is our 3rd edition, and we look forward to bringing to you many more spectacular editions. It's only possible with your support, so please do continue being part of it. But it is time for us to actually put together and bring to you champions of the industry, to share more, to unveil our coffee table book, and to present to you these words of encouragement, and more, may I request the kind presence of two very special leaders. Let's hear a round of applause for Mr. Tanmoy Mitra, editor, ET Insights. A round of applause as he joins us on stage. Let me also welcome Mr. Ashwini Mishra, editor, technology, ET Insights. Let's hear it up for both the gentlemen. Such a pleasure having you here. Thank you so very much for being here. It is such a pleasure seeing you. Firstly, the two of you are heroes for, in this movie. So may I request you to please take the center stage for now. And a little something, we've all been talking about technology, right? And this is our way of really using technology and bringing to you our coffee table book, Digital Unveil, right here. So may I request all of you to please look towards the screen as we bring to you ET Edge, Champions of Facility Management. Let's hear it up. Please do put your hands together, and I'd like to thank both of you for joining us to do the honors. Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra, for your presence. I'd like to request Mr. Mitra to continue right here. Let me also extend a very warm welcome and present to you Anudeep Chapa, co-founder Le Cafe. May I request all of you to extend a warm welcome as we have two of our presenters taking this segment forward. And as we look forward to that, there is one promise that we need to make to each other. Each time we invite a brand, an organization, a team, a leader on stage, there's one thing that we genuinely do, and that is to appreciate them with our applauses. It's one thing to be felicitated, and it's another to really be acknowledged by colleagues and peers from the industry. So may I request all of you to please put your hands together as I call out their names in the alphabetical order. Please put your hands together as now for the contribution to the industry, we acknowledge ACE Facility Management. Many congratulations. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as I welcome BVG Group. To inviting yet another amazing brand, may I once again request all of you to please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Anudeep Chapa, co-founder Le Cafe. Let's hear it up for him. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for Signity Technologies. Let's have the music rolling, and the same goes for your applauses. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for a brand that we'd like to acknowledge right here. Let's hear it up for none other than Compass Group India, pioneer in reimagining spaces. Let's make some noise as we acknowledge the contribution of the amazing brands to the industry. Let's hear it up for Pazo Innovations Limited. A round of applause as we have put together brands that really are being acknowledged for their contribution to the facility management industry. I'd like to share with all of you that we encourage you to take pictures, post them online. Do remember to use our hashtag ETSFM and please do tag us at ET Edge as we look forward to presenting to you Quest Integrated Facility Management Services, really making it a point to make sure they touch hearts and more. A round of applause. We present ET Edge, Champions of Facility Management, to Quest Integrated Facility Management Services. You know, when an entire team comes on stage, it really does mean that we must put our hands together for the team spirit. Please put your hands together as we now present the certificate of recognition to Rentokil PCI. It's amazing the rhythm you all have created with those applauses. You can really put music together, so thank you for that. Rentokil PCI, protecting people, enhancing lives. Taking the Walk of Fame, up next is Sila Group. May I request all of you to please put your hands together. For SureWorks Infotech Private Limited. SureWorks, works for sure. For ET Edge, Champions of Facility Management, 10 on FM. Let's hear it up for the entire team. A proud moment indeed. Taking the Walk of Fame, up next is Unified Facility Management Private Limited. Let's hear it up. Our best wishes. Presenting them with a certificate of recognition for their contribution towards the facility management industry. another outstanding brand who has created a difference in the facility management industry. Please put your hands together for Updata Services Limited. Thank you so very much. Thank you, presenters. You've been an absolutely wonderful, wonderful presence right here on stage. And as I thank them, before we acknowledge leaders who have really contributed immensely to the industry, I would like to welcome our presenters here on stage. So may I request you to please put your hands together for Mr. Ashwini Mishra, Editor, Technology, ET Insights. Let's hear it up for him as he steps forward. Let me also introduce to you a leader who you've heard earlier today, and I'm sure it's been a delight. Please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Munish Kumar, CEO, Quest Integrated Facilities Management Services. Thank you so very much, sir, for joining us here. Everybody who believes that it's individuals who add their personal touch to an organization, let's hear it up. Thank you so very much. As once again, in alphabetical order, I call out our leaders who have contributed immensely to the industry. May I request for all of you to please put your hands together for Almas Fatima, Senior Vice President, Administration and Infrastructure, Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. May I request all of you to please put your hands together and welcome ma'am right here on stage. Our best wishes to you. Creating that perfect photo opportunity right there. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as I now present to you Architect Tanmay Shokare, Head Administration and HR, joining us on stage right here. I'd like to congratulate Architect Tanmay Shokare from Pidilite Industries. What a pleasure to have you amongst us. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for Mr. Arvind Babu Ramaraju, Head Global Admin, Center of Excellence and Workplace Transformation, LTI Mindtree. Thank you so very much, sir. Well, we would like for all of you to please put your hands together for Colonel Navinder Narang, Head Infra and Facilities, ICICI HFC. Unfortunately, he had to leave just a little while earlier, but he has requested Ms. Fatima to please accept the certificate of recognition on his behalf, and I'm sure you'll all be kind enough to put your hands together. Thank you so very much, ma'am. May I now request all of you to please put your hands together for Mr. Dushyant Ahuja, Vice President, Asset Management, Tata Realty and Infrastructure. Let's hear it up for him, please. Let's bring to you ETH champions of facility management right here. May I now now welcome on stage Lieutenant Commander Kushal Singh, Director, Corporate Social Responsibility and Sustainability, Electronic Sourcing, Merck KGAA. A round of applause as I request him to please step forward and accept our best wishes. Sir, not only are we allowing you this personal photography moment, but we would really encourage you to post it on your social media handle and share it with us by tagging us. Thank you so very much. Taking the Walk of Fame up next is Mr. Makaran Kulkarni, Country Head, IFMS, Reliance Retail. Lots of fan following there for him. Please make some noise as I welcome Mr. Nitin Dhamale, Head Facility Management and Property Services, Raymond Realty. Let's hear it up as I extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Rajiv Sharma, Head Workplace Management, NICA. Yet another champion of facility management. Let's hear a round of applause for Mr. Sanjay Pai, Vice President Facilities, Lawson and Tubro. Do we have him around? Well, in that case, may I request all of you to please welcome Mr. Santosh Sinha, Pan India Compliance Head Facilities, KYH Corporation. Double the applauses for all the questions that he had from the audience earlier. So very nice of you to be here. May I request you to please put your hands together for ET Ed Champions of Facility Management. Let's hear it up for Mr. Sudeep Koshal, Senior Vice President, Administration and Infrastructure, Reliance Capital. Remember when he said the personal touch counts, so make it count. Come on, let's hear it up for him. Thank you so very much, presenters. Very, very kind of you for joining us. And let me once again take this opportunity by thanking you, our audience members who have taken this show to this level. A house full at the end of a summit is really rare. And I think it is an audience like this that deserves a round of applause from us. So a round of applause for all of y'all. Thank you for being so kind, so patient, so very interactive till the very end. And I only think that a nice cup of chai or coffee, whatever it is you prefer, with peers from the industry is what can actually take this movement further. So once again, on behalf of the entire team of ETH, this is Isha Bhalla, thanking you all for joining us. Please do remember, if you still continue to put those wonderful posts online, please do tag us using our hashtag ETSFM. And let me also thank our partners yet again for supporting us and for believing in us. Our presenting partner, Quest Integrated Facility Management Services, co-powered by Compass Group India, Tenon FM, our strategic partner, BVG, our industry partner, Lake FA, our media partners, ABCR News, CEO Insights, News Patrolling, Silicon India, Startup News, our education partner, Bennett University, our insightful partner, ETH Insights, and we bring to you this brilliant show by ETH. Thank you for joining us. Please enjoy high tea with your colleagues. Thank you.